Okay, we are all set. I'll return the host powers back to you. All right, you are good to go.
Okay, thank you. See you later.
You're welcome. See you.
Yeah, see you. Morning.
Morning. Hey, Daniel.
Morning, Peter. Yeah. Hey. Say direct. We're already live.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Live on YouTube.
Yeah. So yeah. Thanks for joining already.
It's not a couple of minutes before.
Yeah. So I think like anyhow like familiar with Miro and so on.
Sure.
This was because of your push to your stimulation. Finally, like to use for everything Miro.
You want to have a look for one of our Miro boards. Wait. Let's see. There's one. Wait. It's a bit more chaotic than yours.
Yeah, but look, it's a final presentation. It's like an exhibition. Oh yeah.
It is somehow like we're walking.
No. This is right. Yeah. Yeah, you do much more the
like Petersburger Hängung.
Yeah, each one has. It's still loading. Yeah.
So everyone has a free movable panel, and it's more like you would hang the stuff actually, so physically.
So this is now your the bachelor students.
Or no, that's master student of this semester. Look. Wow.
Hello, Rasa.
Hi, Rasa. Baroque.
Baroque. Yeah. How's it going with the lockdown?
It's okay. I would really love to go again to the university regular and see the students.
Yeah.
We have one day in the week where we not join, but some of us are at the university, and we are zooming from the university to the students. But then we are just like 3 or 4 people, and but that is okay. But I think from next week on, at least the schools are open again.
The normal schools, but university too?
Hey, no, university students. Hi, Alex. No, university will stay closed until the end of the semester, and I guess even next term.
Hello, Alex. Good morning. Or good evening already, no?
Hi.
Is it 5? Am I right? 5 o'clock?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
5 o'clock. Yeah. And this on a Friday. I'm really sorry for that schedule. Oh, yo.
But am I right that there are 12 students, right?
Yes, 12 presenting students.
Okay.
So and let's see, it's officially we have actually more time, so it's officially like it's separate in 3 panels. So it's because of the live stream, no? Like it's already streaming. It's quite cozy, so it's for parents and so on. So it's actually we did this already in summer and got a super feedback, because parents actually wants to watch it, or like family mostly,
sure,
that's joining this and seeing what actually you're up to and what is this all like with this, this stuff about what you're doing all the time. And yeah. Yeah, so we have it's officially it's 3 panels. I guess for you two, like the third will get too late anyhow, or let's see. But I think also we will just keep the pace how it is. You know, when the review is complete, So it's not so rigid time schedule. We just keep the breaks and let's see how we can progress. Yeah. Yeah, I put in the chat also the Miro board link. So we will review it. Or, we will see like slide presentations. So normal one, and then we switch to the Miro board. So just on Zoom they share the Miro board. So that also for the live stream everyone can see this. And yeah, and then but of course, like, because then you see the mouse, so you can also then totally flip to Miro. I think it's also open for commenting and so on, but I think we don't. I mean, it's a final, so we don't draw really, or like not. Yeah, maybe like smoothly, or like bridging the time that everyone comes. Already disclaimer is like I'm already like super glad on the progress anyhow, because as a second year student, the project. So we kept your both advice from midterm actually, and were actually since then just in a way like completing the projects in a way like really filling in a way like working more on these kind of programmatic images, like, or like how you can really fill now the space, how you can maybe more socially oriented, or more like not like really now imagine like what in this kind of like pure architecture at first like arrangements, really this can unfold into a more specific program, right? and now filling in a way in this the drawings. So so the projects with that they're pretty complete, I think. So it would be cool like for reviewing like really more what are the next steps, or what is in a way something maybe even more complementary, or like what's open. Oh yeah, like typical final review actually, you know, like the comments. So and
by the way, then one question to that is like, was it you have it intended that the students start to use Unity, right?
Yes, this was here. So this is typical in North American academia on this time schedule. Is usually the term is so divided that you have like several assignments or little workshops, more seminars where like with small exercises, so introduce a certain method, a theme, and so on. So and we did this. One was just like composition with images more. It was more like really literally collaging in a way, and first like looking this like more architecturally looking actually into program. So that we didn't analyze program just by talking about it or theorizing it, but literally taking like a set of references to a theme like shared housing or hotel, and in a way synthesizing it already into an architectural statement. So this was in a way like the beginning of the term, and shifted this then into geometry. Hey, hi Will.
Hey, how are you, sir?
Hi. Thanks for joining. I'm already smoothly transitioning into the introduction of the studio. And maybe I can do this also a bit more formally by sharing a screen, and so like a few slides. So as I said, like we started. Okay, what's kind of like the brief is, in a way, it's a COVID house. So it's a house like, okay, how you teach, or what is actually residential today? So this, you know, from who joined already, like reviews in other contexts, knows that our work is very much interested in more than these larger scales, also that housing means living, or means like everything what's part of us. And I think like especially like the last months like showed very much. I mean, we any kind of functional division anyhow doesn't work in the city anymore, doesn't work with housing anymore. So how you now design like a building which can also deal in a way, in a more holistic way about like how you live, how you work, how you just, no? So like actually, so and so I call this then the Museum of Life, and taking actually narrative of artist residence. So like completely the postmodern understanding of an artist, that you're like this entrepreneur in a way, and the kind of like the vehicle for gentrification and in a kind of late capitalist sense, that you in a way take it as a vehicle for really taking or rethinking what can be living. And so as a thought, we made this so started with a set of references. Okay, housing, no? Always the vehicle for architectural kind of endeavors. So it took actually sampling through existing projects, building up a discussion through actually like begin like to make statements over existing projects in the first assignments. Always, of course, like a bit like sorting, sampling, no? Like an analog machine style kind of, no? Assessment of content. And start then with a formal exercise, like introducing Unity, exploring this, and then went to the site. You see the site is brutally, yeah, it's a kind of like close to downtown, but already like a suburban kind of cross-section. So the edge of a suburban kind of area. Has along of a main street, which has a bit like shops and so on. And we speculate that as towards West Austin, you also have a more denser development, and uses now like the artist residence also as a vehicle for some kind of communal kind of space, or beginning to build up there something. So enough from intro. Let's dive into the projects. I made a kind of sequence who's not in a way confirmed with that. Simply swap it with your friends, so no problem. Huh? So from the list, I would like ask Koehler to start to present, and yeah, the stage is yours.
Okay. Okay, hello and welcome. Thank you for being here. My name is Kayla Wynn, and I will be giving a proposal for a residence for painters entitled Nested Studio District. So this is an escape for painters to really focus on their work and have this more open and exposed place for them to showcase their work to their community and also the general public as well. So I began my research by looking at these two case studies, the Goldstein Residence and the Walden 7, which features these semi-enclosed spaces. And I really began to look at how they were used to divide up the interior and how that affected the accessibility and exposure of the spaces. I also did another study here combining multiple projects that featured those semi-enclosed spaces, and really began to look at how those interiors began to develop as the openings started to layer up and kind of connect. And then, so from the Walden 7, I created these three parts that feature similar openings and framing pieces, and really just started to explore how they began to link up and kind of create these volumes of spaces. And I explored that in the form of a small chunk here, working on expanding that interior and just playing with the different combinations that started to develop. And then in a larger iteration here as well, further expanding the interior and following that same method of adding these units together. And here's a shot of an interior of that iteration, kind of showing how the spaces began to connect and also layer up with these walls and openings. And so from my past studies, I started to pull out these different programmatic samples that I actually kind of thought could fit a program that I would use future in my building. So at the top left is the most private and individual spaces, and the bottom right is the most public and shared parts. And so this is my first massing study on the site, purely using those different units and just trying to focus on fitting into the site and kind of adapting to the city. As you can see here, not focusing on program yet. But then from there, I kind of took those parts and wanted to focus on adapting it at the living scale. So I kind of altered them to fit these different functions that I planned my building to have in the future. So this part I adapted to have reading spaces and a study nook. This one to fit a kitchen and shared eating space. This one adapted to fit a gallery. And this one to fit a bedroom and link to a possible personal studio space. And then from that, this is my next iteration that I had, focusing more on the programs and using those different activities to kind of lead the combinations of the different units together and create this overall form. And so this is the proposal I have for you today. It follows the similar structure as the last iteration that you just saw, which has those two atrium courtyard spaces for its visitors to kind of be in and be surrounded by the life and environment of the painters that are residents there. So here's a segregational section here, which kind of highlights that. I took away some parts to showcase that left atrium space there. And then on the right, kind of to focus more on the units that move around the atrium space and highlight the different circulation and how the kind of layers kind of start stacking up on each other. And here's another segregational section here going through that left atrium, more highlighting that void that kind of makes up that courtyard atrium space as well. And here's a section actually cutting through some of the spaces to show how they kind of connect and stack up on each other, also highlighting the elevator that kind of connects the different levels. Now with the plans, this is the ground floor, which is the most public and like open to the visitors for them to come and experience. So starting at the top right, it's just a normal gallery for the artists to hang up their work and present it for people to come and look at the exhibits. But at the bottom right is a more open and free gallery space where they can do performance art, which is actually the creation of these large scale paintings kind of become the main feature of the exhibit. So visitors can come and watch the painters kind of produce their work live. And then as you move through the space, there's more seating areas throughout the deck and patio, as well as a cafe for the visitors to enjoy. And at the top left there is more of a kids activity center for them to also be able to experience the space and kind of have their own arts and crafts to do as well. And at the bottom left, a workshop area for visitors to come and kind of be part of the creative process themselves and learn from these artists and kind of experience what it's like to make these paintings. And as we move up to the second floor, the levels kind of become more private and more for the residents themselves. So this layer features more bedrooms, shared working spaces, as well as eating spaces, and also some more private gallery spaces for the residents to use themselves and have their own personal private exhibitions. And as we move to the top here, there's some more patio balcony spaces, workspaces as well, and bedrooms for them to enjoy, which is also a more private level as well. And now with the circulation diagrams in plan, this just highlights the vertical circulation that occurs between the levels. So here at the ground floor, and then here at the second floor as well. And then at the top floor, again, highlighting that vertical movement that occurs around these different atrium spaces. Now this is an interior of one of the bedrooms that there are in this building. It features this division wall and kind of various openings to kind of play with that layering effect and kind of breaking up the space as well. Here's a shot of that kids activity center for the kids to enjoy and do their own activities where they get to really experience the space in their own way as well. And here is that performance art space that I talked about previously, where visitors can come and kind of watch the creation of these pieces live. And then these are two shots of the different courtyard spaces that there are. On the left is that cafe space that I talked about previously. And that patio space kind of leads more into the workshop areas of the building. And on the right there is just some more seating areas and has the information desk and leads straight into the different public gallery spaces. And here's a shot from the front entrance that features the two different ways to get inside the building. So on the left, that main entrance there, leading straight into that deck space. And on the right there, leading into the gallery spaces. And here's another shot of that side entrance there leading straight into the galleries. Then here's a view from the back lawn, kind of highlighting that open main entrance there that kind of leads into the different courtyard spaces, kind of how the different levels kind of connect. And here's the final view from the street, and that is my presentation. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Kayla, would you like to switch on the screen to the Miro board, please? And yeah.
Okay, sorry, what was that? Sorry.
Now, would you like to switch to the Miro board for the review?
Can I jump in with a quick question, or?
Yeah.
Kayla,
And then
Kayla,
just
thank you.
go to your big renderings then on Miro at first. Thanks. Sorry.
And maybe you went over this, Danielle. Thank you for your presentation. It's a really it's a great project. So thank you, and really interesting to see. One question I have, maybe it's a general one. I really like the design and the approach to the studio, these sort of small pieces, and then you're kind of aggregating them to create this larger thing. When you are aggregating them throughout the different iterations you've done, how are you aggregating them? Are you aggregating them sort of physically? I mean, I know you're working digitally, but are you kind of manually assembling these things? And or are you using some kind of, is there sort of another process that you're using?
For the first iterations that I had, we were using Unity. So we took the pieces and kind of had this program that automatically linked them in different configurations as you added them on together. So I used that as like an initial iteration and placed that on the site. But then from there, I kind of started taking the pieces and manually putting them together based on program and how I wanted them to connect.
Got it. And apologies if that was already covered. I may have missed that, but
No,
yeah, that's clear. So I have a lot of questions, but I'll just start with one, is circulation. So I believe a lot of the spaces you've created, and then what we just went over about kind of, like you just said, where you then manually started assembling these. One question I have, when you went through your circulation diagram, which was helpful to see actually, it makes sense why sort of a lot of these spaces are discrete, small spaces, and I like that about your design. But one part that I'm not as convinced about, unless you have a specific reasoning for it, is the circulation, because that also feels quite small and sort of separate. And I guess what I'm saying is that your scheme is successful, I think, because you have this sort of central courtyard, right, which is all about views into the workspaces and potentially living spaces, which I think is such a great idea. And I'm wondering if there wasn't an opportunity for you to think about circulation happening at more of a centralized place, maybe, and even less broken up into small pieces, and more of like, if you took all those pieces and actually sort of pushed them all together and made more of a cohesive circulation. I'm not saying you get rid of all the little circulation that you might need to get up from each level, but maybe those are more like, you know, the residents' individual circulation, but maybe there's, I guess what I'm getting at is like sort of a grand circulation, something that feels a little more public, something a little more that could actually connect the whole, all the little bits as like one sort of unifying piece. Because I think that, you know, the idea of kind of viewing into the spaces, then that could be kind of celebrated, right? You could have this sort of moment where that circulation could help people see, and then also be in the courtyard looking up and see people kind of circulating through the spaces as well.
Yeah.
Maybe I would like to say something. Thank you for a very beautiful presentation, very nice explanation. And I was extremely, what I find very, very interesting, that diversity of smaller segments, you very much highlighted the void as a central figure, as a main figure, but not seeing these as a central point, like symmetry, or like in a modernistic sense, organizing as an object, but you saw it as an openness, invitation to make the liveness of your museum seeing not as an object, as a museum, but connected and filtering with a neighborhood. So it's a very open system through that void space. And I think what the Museum of Life and your performance of that creativity is not meant as separated objects placed around or arrayed. You very nicely set up different lives. Somebody is living and staying there as an artist, or as a scientist, maybe, or as a musician, or different kind of, and bringing life into the neighborhood. And I really, through your renderings and variability of private and shared, I see these two layers coming together and producing that liveness very nicely. Especially I like these very tiny places, which brings different concentration, let me say, privacy. And I like the openness in a vertical and horizontal way, invitation for exhibiting, invitation for entering from the neighborhood. So it's like this openness of little gaps within this void central figure, which is not that central, but combining and embracing these various platforms. I really, really like that part. Thank you. It becomes like social project, invitation for the neighborhood in a figurative way.
So hello, Koehler. Thank you for the presentation. Really nice project. Congratulations to that. I would like to connect to Will and to Russell's comments, because one thing, because of the awkward quietness after his question,
Oh, sorry.
I really like to bring it up again. What do you think? Like, what is your personal thinking about? Like, is it necessary to have a central circulation for the building?
I don't know. I didn't really find a place for it personally in my project, just because I feel like having a central circulation would like somehow block the atrium openness of the space. And so that's why I utilized those little like in between spaces and like kind of openings around it to kind of navigate through, especially since the ground floor is the most public, that the circulation would be used mostly for the residents themselves.
I think it's important that you answer that question, because it is, I think it it is an open question, so to say. So because obviously in those kind of complex buildings, it makes sense to have a central circulation, but of course it is a problem of design as well. It's like to place something like that into a building like this. And another point was, I like to connect to refer to Rasa's comment, is because she said, for instance, like it's very interesting that you have so really small, very private spaces, what is visible in your section, in your axonometric section, I would say. I think that is one of the best images what you have to communicate your project. It's quite in the beginning. Yeah, on top of that, right? And I would ask in completely in the opposite direction, because what I think when you start to differentiate between your private and the public spaces in the beginning in your iterations, it seems that it is almost all the same size, or the same area of space for private and public. And I think what happens then is that you have a quite homogeneous distribution of sizes of space. You have very small ones, but the only big space or a large space is your atrium, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that is one point where I think is a public space gets, or in the process of your design, got the public space got to the negative space of the space you configured. Is that true? Because the main public space is now the atrium, right? And that is kind of the negative space of the parts what you have. Or not? I don't know. But I think a bit.
I don't know. I don't know. I still personally see like that central void as kind of being where more of the people kind of move through and kind of their eyes kind of go through and kind of experience. So
That is great. That is great. It's just a procedural question, so to say,
yeah.
the design strategy. Because what you, the question is always, what do you design? Do you design the solid or the part,
Mhm.
or are you designing the void, or both at the same time? I think is raising an interesting question. You know, like to understand your own project.
Mhm.
But that is could be stay open, no problem. What I think what would be really, really nice, and that I guess that is in like if you like want to develop it further, the project, what would be really interesting is like to focus, for instance, on one section. I think the section is pretty nice, and like to have a more a drawing attitude maybe towards your section.
Okay.
That could be quite interesting, I think. Like in terms of your representation, it is very well done, but it stays in the rendering aesthetic, I would say.
Yeah.
So that could be very interesting if there would be a kind of an overlay, at least of a drawing attitude. I don't know, but it's just personal opinion maybe. Thank you very much. Very nice project.
Thank you.
Yeah, also from my side, congratulations. It was well presented. It was easy to follow. I recognized it also from the midterm, so that's quite nice, and I see some improvements. And yeah, I really like how you blended together your programmatic spaces. It's really hard to distinguish them or to find them again in this whole that you ended up with. But I want to ask a question on navigation in the building. It's a very open building. I really appreciate this. But as you blended all the parts together, also with the same material, it might be hard to navigate through the spaces, as it's very self-similar in all of the areas. And does that work with a concept that is very open? Is it still inclusive in that way that not everybody maybe can navigate through the spaces? How do you think people could navigate in these spaces?
I think my project is really focused on those kind of semi-enclosed spaces. So even though the spaces kind of seem like small and kind of closed off and hard to navigate through, I feel like those openings kind of help you see the different spaces around you and kind of work your way through. And it is still rather kind of, that's what I want to play with, the idea of like accessibility. So it kind of might feel closed off, but you also kind of see everything and kind of know where everything is based on like the openings that there are.
It seems like a building that you get to know, like you will learn corners of the building, you will start reading them and recognize them again. I think that's very interesting. Yeah, I think also some of the questions went into this direction of if you had a huge circulation in the middle, that's a very recognizable and a part of the building which tells us where to go upstairs. And I think in your distributed way of adding the circulation, I think you really need to adapt to the building to be able to learn how to use it or to find your private corner. And I really appreciate this. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have another thought, just kind of going on some of that, about materiality a little bit, and maybe, well, a couple of things. One is contextualization, I guess. So thinking about the neighborhood and seeing the kind of one image we did see of the existing site, right, of the laundromat, which I actually kind of like.
Yeah.
But I also know this. Oh, sorry, I thought that was a note to me. So I guess I have a question about that to you, about how does this, is it purposely not fitting into the neighborhood? Okay, so that's fine if it is, or are you trying to? And I guess I think there could be some opportunity to look a little closer at the fabric of this neighborhood, right? And like actually look at what's going around it and what the houses are. I actually know the neighborhood quite well, but looking around and seeing what's there and seeing if that could inform. I mean, the renderings are beautiful, right? I mean, it's like places that people would want to purchase these as units, right? For like $1 million or something like that. It looks kind of gorgeous, which is, good, commendable to you. But I guess I feel like there might be something that you could get a little bit, I don't want to say messier, because like the overall composition, right? The way that the kind of intricacy of these things stacking together is kind of beautifully messy. But then, and maybe it would be too much for, I guess, if the materiality then started to do that. But I guess I'm just looking at right now, I love how you have each of your units, each of your spaces, that diagram at the beginning, and they're kind of how you said from private to more public. And in all of them, the walls are all white and all the ground is all wood.
Yeah.
And so you're sort of highlighting this floor plane in all of it. And that's not wrong, or, I understand why you're doing that, but it might be interesting kind of going back to, I think, Alexander's point, but what if you coded them differently so that it wasn't about the floor and the walls, but more about each individual sort of unit or space? And is there a way that you could sort of create almost another reading of the building rather than it being kind of these horizontals and verticals, and more about the actual sort of volumes of space that are created? So I don't know, I think there could be something interesting between that and then again, looking at the neighborhood and finding maybe inspiration from it and seeing if there's a way that you don't just sort of default to concrete and steel, which again looks beautiful, but like maybe there's a little bit more richness that you can bring to it that might be really sort of work with this idea of all these really beautifully intricate, interconnected spaces,
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, thanks, Koehler, for a wonderful project and presentation. I guess like we're already discussing actually completely beyond second year, no? Like be aware. So like we are here like
this is complementing the students.
It's very much complementing like difference in navigation, or like already like this kind of second layer of a building with materials and so on. This I think is very much like thought for. Is already very advanced kind of design strategies. So yeah, hopefully it helps. Maybe like something to say to site, but forgot to mention. This is very much like thought in the future, in a way like development, because predictable that you have there 4-5 stories easily very soon. So and that's why like it's now like from the renderings we didn't adapt it, the existing neighborhood, to actually to their own scenario. So that was maybe like is a bit like a mistaken in the representation. That you have actually like the surroundings should be actually higher for it's like for the context.
I see. Yeah, that helps my question about contextualization. But yes, that makes sense.
But I also live very close, 10 minutes from this area, and I go very often to the river, actually from Charles Moore to the riverside. And I feel that this gas station is creating neighborhoods for drivers from multiple spaces, but I see that this liveness, not just the formal aspect, but like that kind of sponge of creating something, placing from suburban around, from multiple countries, from multiple cities, and as well invitation for the neighborhood, as a little boutique shop is very close, but just one. So I really feel the small scale, like for Austin, it fits a lot because it's really like diverse, in a diverse way is densified at the moment. And I think searching these dualities for something which is not a closed museum with an entrance on specific time, but being open with a performance for creativity, joining different expertise, and as well the people living there going for a walk to the river and crossing just by. So I see like a very nice performance of life is coming in within the neighborhood. So I really enjoy this atrium and the openness, these gaps you have it in your project, which perhaps not really centralized in terms of having very visible one kind of entrance. So I like the diversity, and I think from multiple sides, it's really like a nice spot for invitation. Like, as I know that different areas with people crossing, there is some juice bar close to that, or very little spots, but they are so like a hipster style or like very improvised, very funny, very diverse, very different kind. So for this, I really congratulate. To my point of opinion, that neighborhood is like really meeting in your spaces, not just formally, but through the diversity of invitation and through the central figure appearing as a core insight. And I think gathering through, you bring the knowledge, you bring the creativity to the neighborhoods, and that's that way I see the liveness in your project. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sean, do you want to continue? Thanks.
All right, can everybody see that? All right, perfect. Well, welcome. My name is Sebastian Bartlett, and this is my project Walls on Canvas, a residency for graffiti artists. And so one of the big explorations I had with this project was this idea of the building as evolutionary. As Professor Koehler had mentioned earlier, a lot of the basis for this was going to be in a future development for this specific area of Austin. So I really wanted that idea of development and evolution to be reflected in my building, which is part of the reason why I chose graffiti artists. So in the beginning, I explored the solid and void relationships within the Salk Institute of Biological Studies by Louis Kahn. And the solid and void was something that I found really powerful with the building, and something that he does quite well, because what I found was that he uses those two elements to really define and accentuate the different occupational qualities. And this is something I tried to carry throughout the rest of my project. So in keeping with that idea, I began with just these 2D synthetic drawings, trying to relate those ideas of solid and void and different potential occupation. This then evolved into these 2.5D composites, these computational plans, where I went from very linear elements to these more bulbous, rounded elements, all just trying to explore the different variations and possibilities of the solid and the void. All of this then amassed into a larger rendition, which tried to highlight just these different elements and these different qualities that I was trying to strive for during this process. From that larger model, I then began to break it down into these potential programmatic qualities. And while none of these are defined at this point in time, it started to give me a basis for the size and the proportions that I would like future programmatic spaces and eventually the apartments to have. So with that in mind, I then began to look at further variations and further iterations to develop actual apartments. Of these, I chose the 3 that I believe to produce the most variation or really show the extremes of what I had shown, and began to further develop them. In development, I began to look at further case studies, mostly focusing on the use of concrete to accentuate the wall. Since graffiti uses it as its medium, it's very important to really emphasize that throughout the building, as well as the use of glass to reinforce the public aspects of graffiti as an art form. With all of that in mind, I then began to explore the different potential floor plans and different spatial configurations of those three apartments, coming up with just different ways and different ideas of how one could occupy and live within these spaces. From that, I then began to directly integrate vertical circulation in the form of staircases into the individual apartments, so that when it came to amassing everything together into the final project, I could have a more cohesive set of circulation around these central corridors. With all that said, this ended up being the final proposal on site. And as you can see, it is based around these 3 vertical corridors as the staircases all line up. And this just kind of accentuates that relationship between those spaces that I'd been talking about previously, as well as those staircases as they kind of weave in and out. Now, the use of material, as I'd mentioned before, the concrete, was very important to me for the idea of the graffiti artist. As you can see, the public spaces rely heavily on the use of concrete because it's not bland, but it's very minimalist, and it allows for it to act truly as a canvas, which was important for the intentions of graffiti. And so compare that then to the actual apartments, which rely on more wood floor and then a plaster ceiling to create a little bit more of a homey or like domestic feeling to the structure. Now, this is on the first floor. As you'd seen, there's a large area of graffiti, and this is very blank. But as I had mentioned at the beginning, the whole idea of this building is that it is supposed to be evolutionary. And as it grows and as more artists come in, different artists will begin to occupy the spaces and really make them their own, just as it grows naturally. And the whole building itself can actually be seen as just as one giant canvas, where artists come, they add their little wall, and then someone else comes and adds another, and it slowly builds up to create this patchwork effect across the entire facade. A few other notable public spaces is the idea of a communal wall that you see on the left, where people from Austin are welcome to come and add their own little mark on the building as it just grows naturally. Other ones are also the upper pavilion seating, which just provides an area for people to congregate and really experience the space just by sitting down, maybe having lunch or something like that, as well as the lower roof section, which is where that communal wall is located. Finally, to go back to those public spaces, these just emphasize those ideas of the difference between materiality of inside and outside to really produce a much more domestic and a lot more comfortable feeling space. Thank you all very much for listening to my presentation.
Sean, would you also like to switch to Miro?
Yeah.
And then always like a bit change the images also.
Well, I could start, if it's okay. I think, yeah, again, well presented. I recognize also this project, and I see that you really improved. I can remember at the midterm, the topic of the graffiti was not really that included in the project. It was more an accident, I would say. But right now, you really made a typology of a graffiti project, because yeah, it's about spraying paint on walls, but in a white cube in a standard museum you couldn't do it. You would have just 4 walls, and by having this typology of a very distributed small scale museum, you also multiply the area that can be sprayed at. So you're offering quite a lot of interesting spaces for the artists. And I think the application here of the graffiti really fits now to your building. And I think that's quite nice. And yeah, one question is to think beyond that, maybe. Did you also think of a digital version of it, so that there is a digital twin of the building that can be sprayed over, or that people can contribute to on a web platform? Or was there also ideas of using these digital tools?
I had not actually thought about any of that going into this. It was very much a physical medium from my view. Something that I had thought about that kind of fell off towards the final product was the idea of a digital fabrication studio for specifically laser cutting, because a lot of professional artwork within graffiti uses stencil art. And so being able to more precisely cut those out was a potential idea. But as the project grew and the spaces, specifically the private spaces, became a little bit more individualized, I felt like it didn't necessarily have a place anymore in the project, if that makes sense.
I like this. I like this project a lot. The plan is really believable to me. The use of negative space, or I guess more public spaces. I really like how it sort of moves throughout the entire complex, right? So it's not like a static point. It actually sort of, it's funny because the spray paint part I like too, but it still is sort of an applique. But it's, again, I think it's a nice attempt. But what I start thinking about with these plans is actually if you took spray paint and sprayed foam with it, which I don't recommend doing because it's actually probably not good for your health, but if you wanted to do it, it's interesting. And what you would get is it starts deteriorating. And there's something about that, like, our studio that I'm doing right now it looks at sort of physical techniques, but I think it could be interesting to use what you've been doing digitally and then sort of experiment a little bit with physical. But I think you would get something similar where you have this sort of organic, almost deterioration that's happening. But again, I applaud you for the way that you're using the public negative spaces in between the units really successfully, I think, in the way that sort of flows. It's not static, but it's really moving around the complex. And then I think it's really believable in the renderings too, because you're getting density, but you're getting really nice spaces. So I think your renderings from the exterior and the kind of courtyard spaces, you're getting things that don't ever feel kind of overly high or overly large. Like that sort of middle left image, right? It all feels like I'm on that patio space and it sort of feels still relatively human scale, right? Like it doesn't feel like I'm being towered over. And I think that's really successful. And I think that's the way that you're using the negative space sort of more fluidly, I guess. I'll have more comments, but that's just the thing that jumps out at me. So, but nice work.
Yeah.
Sebastian, I still try to remember your project from the midterm. And I cannot, I don't know, but maybe it changed so much, like in terms of your presentation or in that kind of using that graffiti idea. That I maybe that the connection is not anymore in my head, but I think as well it is a really nice project, and I think that is quite a nice point. What Alex said is that you made it work via the use as a graffiti wall, and I tried to evaluate your computational experiments in that way, because I think if I think what I need for graffiti or for a graffito is first a lot of walls. More walls is better. So yeah, and you need a bit of a distance to the wall, so to the work of the artist, right? And if I go through your computational studies, there exactly this one and the one below that, I think there are some of the experiments which really show that you're trying to increase the number of walls, just like as a that you can display the graffitis. And then there was another point where you can evaluate that on the function as a graffiti graffiti walls, is that you can display them to the outside. And that was in the beginning of your presentation. I was saying, so okay, the graffiti artist want to show his work to the outside, not to his own, just for exercising maybe, but for the outside. And then your one rendering from the outside, and that I think works perfectly, because the vertical subdivision of the building works quite well, because you can access every wall. That is very important for the artist, because you cannot make a graffiti in the 4th floor without entering the roof of the 4th floor. So that is very important, I think, and that makes it absolutely believable, your concept, and that is quite nice. Okay, that is just like in terms of the functional issues in your project, but I think that is quite important, because the architecture itself is anyway quite nice. Yeah, it's very interesting, your distribution of the spaces, and there are the differentiation between patios and open spaces and the public and so on. That is quite nice. The spaces are very interesting, But when the question comes, does it make sense? Then it gets sometimes problematic maybe to arguing why. And in that, in your case, it makes absolutely sense. It's, there's a red line through that, and that I like quite much. And the representations are really nice. I'm not sure if a graffiti artist would live in such a slick and super proper living space. Not so sure. It would more look like the one your public space, I guess, with gigantic boxes and I don't know, and constant flashlights. I have no idea, but yes, yeah, I think it's quite nice, And wait, back in the days, quite long ago, right?
Wow.
No, I think this, yeah.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Sebastian. Quite nice project. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Sebastian, also congratulations. Your project gave me some references and ideas to your methodology, and that specifically I enjoy how you connect the digital exploration, creating character, such as walls, segments, but very beautifully, it reminds me like Frank Lloyd Wright, brick house, or like where the border between nature and building border doesn't exist, but more invitation of different open interiors, like an endless interior. So, but that specific project maybe refers the landscape and the building in a relationship. But what you manage to me is like contemporary invitation as landscape. But keeping this language as an open, like a labyrinth of interiorities. Especially I like that strong character of individual interior areas, which doesn't look immediately like a common residence, while of course you want to have a unique place, but through the character, how you organize your interiors, those dualities, which is private or more visitors coming in, so different layers, maybe graffiti artist, maybe musician, maybe somebody else, or maybe some conferences happening and somebody got the place to stay there. So some kind of layer which is coming in and out and changing constantly. But also you invite the playfulness of a landscape of a time with a graffiti, so each artist can take apart and make its own ideas, and maybe humans without having skills to make a graffiti also experiments there. So I really like your aesthetic, how you combine that formal language, that conceptual level, that street life of a street, which graffiti sometimes just occupied spaces which are somewhere, an identity of Austin. So this neighborhood through three-dimensionality of the plates and invitation to come in very beautifully meets like a landscape of art, of playfulness, of neighborhood invitation, rather having one museum or like one space. So that is very beautiful, especially I like that it opens up in different sides, while not to have one directional entrance. It encouraged to connect those little areas like a juice bar and some boutique there and another shop on another side in multiple directions. So that I enjoy a lot. And also when I go up on some areas, on some terraces, I really like this point because you could also look back to the river. From the top, there is like terracing a bit outside, and lower level has some public swimming pool, and lower level on the river, people rent canoe. So you very beautifully connect this plate, the wall, the floor, and nature as well, inviting inside, and the life of the performance of graffiti, invitation to the neighborhood. Something is happening there, come and play and be with together with artists, with creativity. You open up. Thank you, Sebastian. Very beautiful.
Thank you.
I'm
sorry.
No, go
Oh,
ahead. I already talked, yeah.
oh no, what was please like a comment.
Okay, yeah, my last, it's just something that comes to mind back to the Disney Concert Hall. I worked for several years for Gary Partners, but Disney Concert Hall is actually might be a good one to look at, just because one thing that I didn't know about the project, obviously everyone sees the postcard images of it, right? But there's actually a really beautiful park that kind of meanders around the building. So in between some of the curved surfaces that are created, between the actual concert hall and the sort of exterior skin, there's actually a pretty interesting sort of linear park in a way, not quite like the High Line, but almost similar, which again, it's kind of hidden and it's almost mysterious. And it's actually, I think for that reason, that's partly successful too, is that it's not sort of like something that everyone knows about. But once you circulate in a similar manner, I think that you're doing, and then the park actually kind of meanders around the building, and there's areas where it's narrow and there's areas where it widens and becomes, there's a small amphitheater up there, an outdoor amphitheater. So you should definitely look at that, at just that part of the project, not obviously not the concert hall part. But I think one thing, so this kind of reminds me of it in the same way I was talking before, where your patio spaces are really kind of moving around the building, which I really appreciate, because I think you're really creating some really nice spaces. But the thing I would push further then is to actually program those spaces a little bit more intentionally. So I think if you were to like start actually saying like what happens in this part of the, like in this, I'm glad you went to this plan. I was actually just on the Moreau board a minute ago looking at these plans. Because again, I think they're very believable, but if you actually started to really design just those different discrete areas and say, okay, this area is where, I don't know, like they're going to paint here, but then over here, they're going to store their supplies, or they're going to, I don't know, and there's a little cafe here, and you actually give each of those spaces discrete programs and then design around it. It'll make it even sort of, I would say, more believable and more successful. But I think it's already sort of indicating that there's an idea that there are really like specific types of programs that could happen in those exterior spaces. So yeah, nicely done.
Thank you. Yeah, I had started to think about that a little bit towards the end of the project. For example, this longer wall right here was that public communal wall that I had talked about. So this space has more of the benches kind of focusing directed at that wall. I mean, it's a little bit, not necessarily superficial, but it could definitely be fleshed out more like you were saying. Mm-hmm. Or this upper roof was focused more for the seating, because you actually get the river is that direction. So this whole side is open to kind of guide your direction that way. So I did start to think about the potential of different programmatic spaces on the exterior, but I definitely agree with you that it's definitely something I should pursue a little bit further, a little bit more holistically throughout the building.
I think it's even like that there's, of course, like a strong proposition programmatically, like in this project, like we'll make this nice comment that they say like there's a kind of continuous kind of public space that it's not like one, but you in a way have a spatial sequence more. Then like Peter said also, like look, it's actually quite functional how you begin to use this wall fragments, but then hey, the spaces actually would not look like so, or like actually graffiti artists would not work or like would not live with this kind of leisure couch, and I don't know, it would look different. When you think now, it's very nice when I think one of the most nice moments, you have a very traditional division between like living, and then you make this interior of exhibition space, and you swap it into like really the full painted kind of interior, which looks now immediately like a subway station or something. It looks like a very public area and so on. So, and this is like a strong proposition that it's programmatically, the building already provides like a space, like also like someone who does graffiti would not tag a private building ever. So it stays in a way in a kind of interiority of, in a way like kind of cityness or kind of like leftoverness of kind of like this kind of under bridges, subway, whatever spaces. And there's, I think, like a nice opening also when you bridge to Alex works or comments, which always like leads to adaptability or like also life of the building. So what if like it also starts in a way, the building starts raw, and people begin like more an incomplete building at first to inhabitate or like to begin to use. So that I think like in when you take this, there's initial ideas in your work, like which is like look at them closer later. Like it's very valuable to take on this in terms of how really that can develop in a completely radical different form of living and so on. So this is it's really I think very nice presentation renderings, like I think it's really a beautiful project. So thanks Sebastian.
Yeah.
So
I like that. Sorry, I'm gonna keep I talk a lot. Real quick.
no.
On that same note, though, I one other thing, just because I feel like the success, a lot of the success of your project is that kind of, again, sort of fluid interior space. What if that became the only areas they painted on, right? So the exterior of the building is sort of mysterious, like you don't see it all at once, right? You don't know it's this isn't like the graffiti building. It sort of looks relative, not saying normal, but it's a little more normative on the exterior. And then it's sort of you almost sort of really accentuate that public painted area in the kind of inner part. So it's more of a mysterious area, kind of like Daniel was just saying, like it's the under part of the bridge. You don't see it right in the forefront, but it's a little bit more like discreet. It could be interesting as well.
Okay. Thanks, Sebastian.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen, do you want to continue? Are you ready?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm just going to present from Moreau. Hi, my name is Kristen Daly. My project is named Generative Space. From the beginning of the project, the concept that I was most interested in was, or when we were doing our preliminary research, was we were looking at housing cells. And I was sort of interested in these different projects that were they were about adapting to different sites and having these pieces that could spread and divide and sort of mutate to meet different or create different programs, like how these individual spaces would interact to create sort of new programs. And then the project that I mainly focused on was the NOMA 2.0. And the interesting thing about it was that they had these individual spaces that sort of each had their own. They were all it was a restaurant, so they had all these individual dining spaces that sort of had their own flavor, and they all come together on this open concept plan. And so first I looked at I focused mainly on the plan view and breaking it up into what I thought were the individual cells, and then also the pieces that made up those cells, and what were their characteristics, what were the ways that they would sort of naturally morph and change, I thought. And so I used mirroring and stretching and things like that. And then as we moved further through the project and started to make it more of a 3D collage and thinking about three-dimensional space, the concept that I most focused on was flexibility. So I was thinking about mostly just how they would spread outward, and how I could take these starting pieces and then change them, change their size and copy them and move them outwards. And so I also wanted to keep in mind the materiality of the original project, with the concrete and the wood and the glass, and carry them forward through my project. And so then with this, I basically came up with this set of parts, and then I have this figuration composition that has a lot of there's these clusters that all sort of have their own characteristics, but it's basically made from a very small set of parts. And then when we finally started to consider the site, I just thought it was really important to consider the fact that it's in a suburban neighborhood, and it's near these apartments, and I wanted it to be a space that was for the community, and I really wanted to have a lot of green space, and to just make it feel like relatable to the local community. And then I also was doing research into, what are other artist residencies like, and what are the things that like people find important to those like spaces. And then as I was trying to figure out like how can I take these sort of abstract concepts I was looking at before, like how do these translate into real life projects? These are some examples that I was looking at. I just liked these different spaces for how they could, they had like functional spaces that could still adapt and morph and change, and, made up of very simple parts. And so this was the like first exploration I did into like, these are the underlying like pieces that make up my plan. And then, this is the project on site. So I basically have my like residential zone, a gallery space, and then a workshop and a classroom space. Or basically, I wanted it to be a teaching residency. So the artists, they're open to like any kind of like visual medium, basically. And then they could come in and either host an exhibition or host some kind of workshop while they're staying there. And participate in other people's classes and things like that. So I wanted to leave it very open what kind of art could be done here, because I feel like a lot of different art, you mostly just need a good workspace and you can make like almost any kind of art. I also thought that, I wanted to like rip up a lot of this concrete that was on the original site. And I thought it was kind of sad that it would all like go to waste. Otherwise, and so I started looking into like what can be done with recycled concrete. And so on my project, I wanted to use the broken up concrete pieces to create like a paving that goes all around the site, and then also to use it as aggregate for like any new concrete that's placed on the site. And you can use concrete gravel for both like roofing and also for planters. And then this is an example of like an open workspace that I have. Teaching space. And yeah, that's my project.
I can go quick. Thank you and congrats. The renderings are really successful. The main thing that's jumping out to me, which I think is really successful about your project, is sort of if you go to the floor plan diagram that you're showing, the way you're very clearly organizing the program. I think, well, it seems very intentional and I think successful. Although I guess I would ask you to maybe explain that a little bit more. So you're very clearly defining zones of the building, right? So rather than jumbling everything together, you're kind of like, I want to have my residences where the residents go, and that's over on the right. And then I want my area for teaching, and then I want the area for art, actually art production. And so you very much sort of delineated those zones. And again, I think successfully, because then you have this big, nice, generous courtyard space that feels big enough and sort of open enough to really act the way a courtyard wants to act. But I guess I would turn that as a question. So why did you want to do that? Like, well, why did you want to keep the program so separate? Did you explore opportunities where the program became more sort of interconnected? Or do you feel like maybe the courtyard is the thing that meshes it all together?
Are you saying like that the courtyard feels like separate from the like program of the interior spaces?
No, I'm actually just asking you. I mean, it seems very clear that that was your intention, right? You were like, I want to keep the program pieces very kind of discrete or separate, like the way you've color coded your diagram, your floor plan. You have residential on one side, you have art production or art area, and then teaching areas, right? And they're all kind of, rather than, so the plan is like reading as right now 3 or 4, if you count the courtyard, 4 distinct areas. I'm asking, did you explore a plan that would have been more of like a spattering of color? So it would have been like, you have a residence here next to an art space, next to a teaching space. Do you know what I mean? A little bit more of like all the pieces are kind of broken up. I guess similar to like the floor pattern of the concrete tile below it. Like if all the program was broken up more. I guess I'm just asking what your intentionality behind that was. Did you feel like it was more successful if it needed to be kind of separate?
Yeah, I think that sort of naturally flowed from like some of my early studies. I basically was looking at this large figuration that I had done and like grabbing pieces from that and collaging them together. And it sort of has these very distinct zones. And so I think as I was developing it, I was always thinking of these different zones. So like the zone, like the gallery zone and like the workshop sort of zone and the residential zone. Mm-hmm. And then I was using, there's like some overlap in the pieces that I used to create these different spaces, but they all have their own like unique parts. Like I use like pretty much only these corner pieces, like these thick corner pieces to design the residential spaces, and they're very flexible and like what kind of shapes they can make. And the gallery spaces use these really like long, like narrow wall pieces. And then the workshop and classroom spaces have these like frames basically that are open that can be used as windows or to walk through. And so I thought I think those sort of like lend themselves to like what the program of each of those spaces are, like what those individual unique pieces can be used for. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I thought of them as separate, yeah, mm-hmm. throughout the project.
Maybe that is as well related to the size of the site, right? So if you're, for instance, what kind of color is the residential program? Is that the greenish or?
Yeah, it's a green.
Yeah, so there are 3 units, I would say, or I guess 3 or 4 units.
Oh, this is it's the ground floor, so yeah, it's a 5 units for that.
5 units, okay.
Or it's 10 units total.
Yeah, because you have 2 stories, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, but then there would be a separation possible. Okay, I understand. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. I just try to understand because the question is valid. I think why it is not so more distributed over this over the building, like the different functions. You know, so you are separating it in a very quarter-wise way, so to say. But yeah, but just the size of the building is much smaller than the others at the moment. That is the point, I think. But I can remember to the midterm that that it was similar, like in the size, and I can remember we talked about like working to the inside, and I think you did that and quite well. So the representations are very nice, and I think you have a lot of efforts in the detailing as well. You have thoughts about like the floors, even the materials, very precise. There are concepts behind it. I really like this broken concrete paving. I actually never saw that, but I guess it is quite complicated to get broken pieces of concrete and transport them, because concrete is quite heavy. But I love the idea. It's actually quite cool. I would like to do that in my garden.
I actually read about doing research for my project. Like a lot of concrete crushing is actually done on site. Apparently, it's very common to bring a machine on site to break up the concrete, and then normally it would be sent off to a recycling facility or somewhere else. But so I sort of like thought about like this image actually, this image right here on the top.
I definitely believe in your in that concept. I just think it's not DIY. But would be nice. No, but I think no, it is I think it's quite interesting project, because you developed it really like now in the detail, and I think that was the direction you wanted to go. It's well thought through, and it's maybe the only comment I would have is that maybe it's just too feasible, too realistic, a bit too close to make it happen, you know. So I would encourage you for your next design studios to maybe be a bit more speculative and go into uncertainties, you know, like in vague terrain. I think that could be an interesting way, or yeah, as well for this project. But anyhow, like in general, studying architecture is so cool because you can speculate a bit more, and I would recommend it. But anyway, the project is quite nice and very good worked out. So congratulations, Christine.
Thank you.
With the good worked out, I disagree formally as teacher. Like Kristen, I don't know what happened with your floor plans, but you had like 1 or 2 weeks ago, like real floor plans with all like indicating bathrooms and so on. And now like what we see is actually just a diagram of floor plan. You had also both floor plans and so on. So that's missing now in your presentation set. And yeah, that's also leading to confusion, I think. And it's like the renderings are certain that they're very great quality. They have a good, or they show a lot of intentions. But yeah, that's just formally like as a teacher here comment.
Kristen, I have some comment to you. After all, beautiful images, very nice, like worked out plans, like as it's needed to submit them and stuff like that. I understand this point, but continuing on that comment, to be a bit more bold, though, like finding out the aspects you really enjoy in your project or what you created. If you go please a bit through your images or maybe on the plan, I really enjoyed. I see the potential of structural freedom you create, that kind of network of connectivities. Like if you go to your plan, then you render it, you have sun and shadow, these linearities in your plan, which is opposite. Kristen, could you move it to your plan?
Oh.
Yes, like just about this boldness of your project. I think this roof is like 2 stories getting up and down situations. What I really like, that kind of sun and shadow playfulness between your connected areas, this kind of network of connectivity, this graphical linearity, which you invite. And then I would go and strong sun and evening and morning, it's like a performance of light I see. So I really like this aspect, rather having like totally different and opposite as each of yours, each in the studio student, you presented here very different ways of composing. And here I see like this boldness through something you really establish. I really see the structural network, leaving it open, filling it, unfilling it. I like that green area being living units, like a single islands between this network, like entering a little courtyards, like outside inside situations. I like the character, like the outline, this network, as you see the blue one. So that way it shows me that you really nicely have specific characters of design, which affects in the performance afterwards of life, life in the light, life in entering your space and meeting in a courtyard and in the middle. So really enjoy, especially I like your reference with the concrete. I know you second here, and you want to show the intent of fragmentation of the concrete, which really in Austin, I see a huge areas of concrete everywhere. So you very nicely refer of shadow sun performance, bringing plants in your terraces and breaking up that concrete. And twisting this in something aesthetical, that fragmentation. I mean, seeing these characteristics of your research, of your intentions, those are very beautiful. So what I'm encouraging, I know that the design is a bit of a loop. So to recognize something you really like and establish and make it more bold, like to do it a bit more bold, to find the language. So all the instruments you have, beautifully, amazing, something very unique for yourself. Maybe just like in the future, I think, and this is the university environment, you will find these aspects you really like a bit more bold, explore it in your project. But beyond that, is beautiful project. Especially I like your dancing figure in the office. If you go to that rendering, you placed actually some kind of dancing scene. Is it true? Maybe some dancing workshop is going on for the neighborhood. I really see that you're a bit like having hidden secrets in your presentation, and that playfulness. I really enjoyed your plans in the terraces, like a last image. So that light performance also filtering through the plants. So if you've, I think I see the potential, and even like very beautiful darker spaces where for hot and warm climate conditions, it's a bit separates within this filter. It's really nice. And then you had your last image with the plants, again, filtering the light through the plants. So I see the potential here as well, like in your last image or presentation. That was very, very beautiful.
Thank you.
Also from my side, congratulations to the project. I have a few comments on the flexibility that you argued for. I think in your initial studies where you showed it in a very horizontal typology, it worked out really good. I really believed you that the flexibility worked in how you imagine it. But as soon as it got applied to the site, I think there's a struggle at some point. So I think in some areas it works pretty good, especially the housing cluster, for example, that you brought in. Yeah, for example, this small axonometry here, I think works very well in a low density environment. It needs a lot of space to work, but as you brought it on site, probably you realized that you don't have that much space at your site, so you had to kind of mix it up a little bit. And in between, you said that you used different parts for the function, and you said that the frame is one that can kind of be, or that can provide flexibility. That I see it in the plan as you applied it. If you go to the floor plan is at the side, then there in between the green and the blue area, I guess this grid pattern, which is kind of deformed, is doing already this kind of morphing in between two clusters that you have, the blue one and the green one. And I think this is something that you could have played a bit more, that you have some clusters or some parts that really work in a flexibility way. That means that they're modular, that they can grow easily. Because as soon, I think, as you kind of introduce angles, it's a bit hard to argue for the flexibility. For example, in the blue cluster, it's a bit hard to say that it's very flexible, but I think to use the frame as a bridging element between the different flexible areas, I think that could be a potential, which is very nice. But as you showed the project, you showed quite all of the successful parts. Like I haven't seen any angled walls in the renderings that you showed. I think that's why it's very believable, but you didn't show the intersecting points which are problematic if you argue for a very flexible environment. So yeah, think about why you didn't show it. I think maybe, or do you think there's a problem in these areas where they kind of connect the frames and the clusters that you have? I mean, you called also your process collaging it, and I think you collaged some of the functional clusters on the side. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was definitely, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I didn't. Yeah, maybe I just naturally like tended to choose some of the, like when I was choosing my renderings, I didn't think about that actually. Like how there's I don't know. I tried to show like every example of the program basically, but yeah, I guess I tended to show the less complex, like formal, like sort of spaces. Like, yeah, I don't know. I was trying to fit a lot in there, but like yeah, I see what you're saying.
I have one other quick comment. It kind of goes to what I think Rasa was saying, or it's similar to what she was saying about kind of being more bold, and actually even more like the speculative comment as well, which I agree with both of those. I actually think in some ways the reason my question earlier about the program and how you kept them separate, I actually think there's something about that that's probably smart, like a smart decision. But I would then say push it further and like really go for it. Like, how can you make, if I think you said, if I remember you saying something about the art space, like you wanted to create, I think you said something like bigger flexible spaces for making art, which is probably somewhat true, like big studio spaces, like big loft apartments. That's where a lot of artists work, right? So I'd almost say like, if that's your idea, then I would push it, show us 5 options that really try to push that idea to its limit. Like, what if you really purposely, made the residential as dense and as tight and as efficient as possible, such that it would allow you the largest gallery art making space, right? Like, I want to see you like push the limits of that idea more. And I think that'll be more convincing then too. Because I think there's actually some kind of smart thoughts that you have about by kind of dividing it up. That's why I asked you about it. But I feel like, yeah, I want to see you kind of just go for it and show us 5 different options. Like, if all the residents, like right now you have these pockets and corridors, and it's not totally inefficient, but there's a lot of inefficiency in it. So it's like, what if everything got clumped together a lot more tightly, such that it would allow the blue to get much bigger or something like that. So I think that might be as you move forward, I would sort of push you to do that, like push the idea further, try it to its extreme. You can always come back from the extreme, but make sure to try the extreme first too, to see what that gives you.
Okay.
I think so too, like what Alex is pointing at, then if you would take the construction was serious, then actually when you mix this reverse comment that you now have more like a confetti plant, actually would mean you cannot just merge these parts, but then you get a completely different characteristic of these in-between spaces. And maybe that would directly more indicate like maybe they're spatial the same kind of proportions of spaces, like between this kind of more public and private, but they have completely different character in itself. And it's very easy, actually. It's just like, it's very flexible. You don't have to determine any kind of positioning. It's just simply over the construction constraints that you can actually, in certain conditions, you cannot connect. So you get actually like some in a way like in between space, which doesn't belong to this interiority of your private apartments or this classrooms or whatever it is. And this is, yeah, like Ken just like is always like the best comment in this kind of like stage of your studies for all, like that it's the best to take your own initial ideas as serious as far as they carry you, like to whatever it is at first as a result, and whatever it maybe like doesn't look at first feasible, or like, but it doesn't look feasible because it's new and because it's you have to work on to solve it. But it's later on, like you have so much more time actually to work on an architectural project than just in this kind of limited kind of 3 months, whoop, everything you get thrown onto. So, and at the end, you get just valued on the originality and the specificness of actually the final kind of architecture, the final building. And it's so important to carry along your ideas to the project. So, yeah, I hope that you for portfolio and so on, that you in a way like extend with plans, like, or you had already plans, and a bit confused that you didn't actually presented them, because were nice studies actually over those. So, okay. Thanks, Christian, for today.
Thank you.
Grant, are you ready? As next?
Yes, I'm ready. Hello. My project is called Sonic Voids, and it's a residency for deaf artists. I started by looking at the Bat Yam City Hall as a precedent and really studying how it organizes itself around void space. And I also studied the Istanbul Cultural Center for the same reasons. And I came up with these synthetical drawings, studying the organization of void space. And from there, I developed these parts and used Unity to create large chunks. And then I redeveloped the parts and used Unity again to make more figurations. Here's one of those figurations on the site. I then took the void space from this figuration and kind of rotated it a little bit to come up with this massing model. And then I started to develop the massing model by developing the interior spaces into 3 different corner parts, and then playing around with those corner parts to create different iterations. Here are some samples of thematic living that I used as references. And then here's a catalog of even smaller parts that make up the corners. The narrative of my project is that it would be a residency that could house 10 different types of artists, be that a sculptor, a landscape sculptor, a painter, a fashion designer, a photographer, some sort of filmmaker, an actor, a poet, a writer, a musician, something along those lines, 10 unique artists. And so in order to do this, I have incorporated 4 different types of private spaces and 3 different types of public spaces into my project. Here you can see the plans. The spaces are organized so that the different types of artists are close to other types of artists that are similar and organized around spaces that they share. So, for instance, the writer is connected to the poet through a writing space, and the sculptor and the landscape sculptor share a sculpting studio, which connects their bedrooms. And there's also an exterior garden, as well as a stage area and a sculpture garden. And here's a circulation diagram. And then here are some sections that I tried to focus on showing just how you can circulate through the building. And then this one shows how that the writing-oriented artist spaces are connected. Another big aspect of my project is dynamic divisions. And so all the windows have these sort of wood panels that slide so they can close their window and really let in however much light they want to. And the doors are these sliding frosted glass doors, so that you can also you're able to choose the level of privacy you have. And even when you are at your most private, you can still see if there's somebody trying to get in through the door. Because the building is for deaf artists, I figure, you wouldn't exactly be able to hear them knocking on the door. So this might be helpful. And here you can see the collaborative space, and kind of the heart of the building has these sliding glass divisions that when all closed, there's 4 different types of spaces for 4 different types of artists. But if you open all of the divisions, you have this one big collaborative space. And then here are some renders. This is of the performance space. There's one of the lobby and the kitchen. Here's one of the sculpture garden. This is the gallery during the day, more relaxed. And here's that sort of a night like exhibit. Here's the exterior garden. I wanted the exterior garden to be kind of like if like someone who was walking by the building didn't know what it was about, this would kind of be like an introduction to the building. And then here's the street view. And that is all I have. Thanks. Oh, there's also Moreau. So let me share that. I have a couple videos on Moreau that I couldn't work into the presentation. Where's my stuff? There. Yes, I have a sun study that shows this sculpture garden. And then I also have a little video that shows how a visitor might travel through the building to get to the performance space. So I'll play that. And that is all I have. Thank you.
I have a quick, sorry, I always start. I apologize to everyone else, but okay. Congrats. It's the video really is a good tool. It's nice because I mean, I think what was clear from just the floor plan diagrams was I liked how you took all the kind of work you had done, but then really very intentional, you were very intentional with how you laid the building out, which I think was really, and I think it seems to be really smart, the way that you have these really kind of distinct courtyard schemes really, or like three-sided courtyard schemes where you have residential and the way, again, you're intentionally putting the artists in proximity to each other with an outdoor space that's shared between them. That just seems like a nice move. So you really seem to have control over the work you had done previously and kind of control and how you then utilized it on the site. And again, I think the circulation is also something that's pretty interesting, using that. And then also the times where the ramping circulation actually creates a spatial moment as well. So you have that area where it's a lofted ceiling, a little bit higher. You might get different light in there, hopefully. So I think that's all something that I'm interested in, and I think it was well done. It's actually, I have one small question that maybe just answer. At the entry point, you have these little steps that go up with like a stepping garden.
Yes.
Can you, I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about it. It feels a little out of place to me. And I'm just wondering what your intentionality behind it was. It feels like it's almost covering up the building, the way the building wants to just be in a way. But can you talk about it a little?
I mean, that's a fair assessment. I have them there as kind of, there's the stage area, the seating is the same type of like steps.
Okay.
And so I kind of mirrored them to be kind of in the landscaping.
It seems I mean, I would say, on the one hand, I'd say, okay, you're making a public gesture there right at the front of the building, and you're saying, hey, maybe this is an area where people can sit, but it's also kind of full of plants. I guess it makes sense where you have it in the interior because it's actually a stadium seating and you can sit there and watch a performance. And so like, perfect. It makes, perfect sort of form and function, right? Meaning it's a little, it feels like it's an applique on the front. And I also think the reason it maybe, for lack of a better word, bothers me a little bit is that I think the actual kind of entry sequence to the front of the building would be a lot more spectacular if it weren't there. It feels sort of this little like thing there, and pull that thing off. And because I think what you would get is that one arm of the building would sort of come out and over and create an actual sort of entry vestibule, I think, if I'm reading it correctly. So anyway, that's sort of a small thing. It's an easy, obviously, addition or subtraction, I guess. Yeah. Those are my first comments. I'm sure I'll come back in, so I'll let other reviewers talk.
Yeah, from my side, I can remember that at the midterm, it was a bit rough. Like we had a few problems with the project, and I think you really worked on it. If I remember it right, you just had one of the spirals, which was a sequence of these simple rooms following this ramp. And I think right now you really added a lot to the project by having more of them and by having a more complex way how you navigate through the building. And I think we see it quite nice also in the animation, which helped also a lot, that this huge gesture that you have with the spirals is not really something that we experience in the building. When we walk around, it looks very calm and like not very special from the inside. But I think that's a good point of the project, that it's not over, like that we don't see this huge gesture that much. And yeah, I think it really improved a lot. And yeah, it's not really a question, but I can see that you kind of worked on the design.
Yeah, I think I agree to the comment. As well, like Alex said, I can remember the project from the midterm, and that it really developed to a much better status. So that is quite good. I think I have just a little question, maybe. How much or how important is the point that the artists cannot hear? Because I mean you argued that because of the frosted glass, for instance, that I would get, it's okay, yeah, but I think it does not. There is no reaction to that specific point, and it's maybe as well a bit exclusive, you know. Mm-hmm. Seems not properly in terms of a moral. So it's again separating. It's not like what they want actually. They are just people. Mm-hmm. So they want mixed up as well as every other as any other people. So I think that is a bit a weird pick. And then it gets even a bit more in your representations a bit weird, because for instance, like in your courtyard, the guy with the guitar, I don't know, does it make sense? No, but you know, that is a very it is just, you have to be aware if you're if you make these kind of those kind of decisions, then it has to be somehow, I don't know, thought through in the design. It has to feed back in the design and so on, you know. And that is a very fragile topic, I would say. So I would recommend for the future not to make picks like that. That is a bit difficult, I think. But anyhow, the project itself is developed quite good. I think I still think it could be more complex, actually. Yeah, it's as well very feasible. So I think as well that could be worked out in a couple of weeks for documentation plans for the site, for the construction site. No problem, I think. And I would as well again recommend to be a bit more speculative in your studies. So be more fantastic. That is a chance now, because later in your job, not so much anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
But thank you. It was a very good presentation as well. Like your representations are quite good.
Thank you.
Grant, yes, I will continue on the all advices, all comments. Yes, from one side, similar comments as to our students to be more bold within the subject. But I think that's the future to the university. You are from second year, very nicely already finishing all the stuff and looks like finished, complete. So that originality, that concept, that intention, what you're choosing, this multi-sensors, like you name it so beautifully. I feel that each student, you very nicely here, showed us a very different aspects for the Life Museum, how the life, how that filter, that relationship of liveness in the makes it as a museum. So in your case, this beautiful aspects of your name, of your project, how you choose it from there. We want to see it more applying into your project, but a very beautiful intention to have, especially I like this performance of the walls, of that light of transparency, but also the relationship in terms of sliding, shifting walls. It doesn't mean formally just, doesn't mean just with the light, also plus it changes the performance in the building, so that from one space I can enter another space. You are meaning that shifting walls, it would change the exhibition, it would change the liveness of the performance in itself. That beauty, I really enjoy a lot this intention. It shows the poetry of your actually liveness in the museum. So as the Peter mentioned, maybe you mix these music live, we hear something, but as well the performance of shifting those walls, this corridor part of exhibition, the corridor is part of exhibition, the interior room may be part of exhibition. I really like that duality, you brought it here. So not to see it so formally, this is a corridor versus exhibition, this is outside. So I think just continuing on Peter's comment and the other comments as well, a beautiful aspect, very bold and very amazing. And I encourage in the future, such nice liveness as you choose as this relationship, to explore it more visible in choosing your boldness, more originality on that aspect of exploring. So and the video was amazing, because video I think the best explores for you that performance through your building, not to see it as fragments. And I really enjoy every student showing. The some is more fragmental, in your case is continuity, and continue through fragmentation through the opening these walls, inside, outside, courtyard exhibition. So that is beautiful. Maybe that multiplicity of invitation of different kinds of sensors, lightness, dim, transparency, facade, that playfulness, music, no music, the invitation, fragmentation. I really think it's beautiful. And in a design, I know that it's difficult time in 3 months, second year, to put all these aspects. I just open up the beauty of your project, which really inspires me beyond, of course, all the comments summarized you the other aspects. Thank you, Grant, for being so original, for this beautiful topic.
Thank you.
I mean, a bit like for the defense, because I think I should have taken more care about the kind of like the narrative, no, what Grant chosen. I mean, anyhow, I don't believe in any of this kind of programmatic stuff. I think these kind of buildings or the Grant's proposals is actually open to a whole range of different programs and functions, and this makes it actually successful. I think what here the key in a way more as a vehicle of integrating now here in a way like the deaf as a in a way something which also something what kind of like very distinct kind of like functions of like what an artist is. So when you say like writer, poet, blah, 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 that was something what allowed you like more formally to look for overlays in spaces. And what I think what very successful is that you have in a way like 3 or 4 buildings in one, that you don't develop just one spatial sequence, but you think in a way how this could be reprogrammed just through this sliding doors. So this kind of notion of adaptability. And I think this is something highly contemporary, which adds a completely different form of dimensionality to space, that you don't think formally just like X, Y, Z, but you add in a way different notions of time and so on, or usability or whatever. But you don't do this like in specificity of program, but more proportional sizes of spaces, or then how transparency actually works, like forms of communication and so on. So which is more universal into the use. And this is certainly like very successful in this project, and something which you should definitely take on or take further in your further projects. This is I think we in the discipline just begin to work in such a dimensionality on such field. It's a big opening in the future. So thanks Grant.
Thank you.
So we're quite good in time, but not so good to now review a second or a further project before the break, because the school wants quite strict to keep the time schedule with the breaks, that the YouTube channel is in a way coordinated. So maybe, I mean, most of you, I think, Will, you're not coming back for today, like this did you only. Maybe like, maybe from your side, you have, or like an insight or something, or we have a bit time of conclusion, or like just start early with the break.
Yeah, no, I'd love to. Well, it's been, thank you for having me. It's, I mean, it's really exceptional work, I think, for this level, for, I guess, 3rd year, right? That's
second
year. Yeah, that's impressive. So I'm very impressed. And I think, let's see, I feel like I said it a lot already, but I think, it's just really interesting. I think what I would urge everyone to do is, it seems like the more successful projects use the technique of, I think it's always interesting to go at it from different angles, right? So you're using Unity and you're using this program to give you all these options, but then it's sort of the intentionality you bring to editing that down and making it work for your project is always really important as well. It's that allows you to see all the potential in different options. But then I'd say, it's always good to use the constraints of your project or ideas to then edit and make it work for you. Like I think the last project did well. But yeah, I just think it's really interesting. And I think I would mimic a lot of the other reviewers' comments already that, push it further. Like this is a speculative project. So use the technology, use those tools. And again, I think like I saw a lot of that already, but just push it even further, take it to its extreme, always take something to its extreme. It's always easier to come back from the extreme than to wish that you had gone further. You know what I mean? So, and especially in school. So turn it to 11, you know what I mean? Turn it to 11 and then you can always come backwards. And I think coming back for me, or what usually works well, and it's, again, I think some of the more successful projects did this, is use the program, even if it's a speculative project. Program usually is your friend. Use it, it'll help you kind of make sense of all this stuff, So Obviously, we're working with kind of complex aggregations and geometries, but I think program can always be your friend in a sense that, like, if you make sense, find specific reasons for things, it'll help you set up different constraints and rules for yourself as designers. So, but that's, yeah, it was a very fun conversation. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for contributing.
Yeah.
Then I think we best of start with the break already, and come back at 12:30. So, and same link, everything same. I just keep it actually open. And yeah, thanks for everyone already. Like was a nice morning. Okay, so until
Congratulations, everyone. Good work.
yeah.
Nice to meet you, the reviewers.
See you.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Daniel, that is
Yeah.
in 40 minutes, right?
In half an hour. So
No. Yeah. Okay.
half past.
Yes.
Past 6.
Got it.
Half past. Getting already late for you guys, no? Like,
It's okay.
okay. Yeah, thanks a lot for your comments. Very valuable. Thank you. Okay, see you.
See you.
Good evening from Vienna.
Oh, greetings to Vienna.
Thank you.
Indre.
Good evening, Daniel. I've been a bit watching the last presentations on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, actually, it's never possible when you are inside. So I felt like I have a chance now to see. That's cool that you guys stream.
Cool. Like, yeah, nice. So, yeah.
How many students in total you reviewed?
Just 4 actually.
Okay, so 4 per session, or how many in total?
Yeah, 4 to 5 per session can be.
Okay.
Like, let's see how discussion goes. So like
enough time, so to say.
Yeah, it's enough time. We don't have to stress, but if it's over, so like just let's see. And
that's cool.
Yeah. So we're quite relaxed actually today with time. And what more? Yeah. Did you got the link to the Miro board?
Yes. I also looked a bit on the daytime. I don't know how much of updates, but some students I haven't seen anything at all, so to say.
Because we try more than actually to review on the Miro, or like ask the students to share them on Zoom, that on YouTube. And, I thought it's nicer. It's more like poster.
Yeah, that you can navigate like around. Yeah.
With slides, you always get stuck with one rendering, and then you talk like, "Oh, the size of the tree." And
no, it's also not so good for the projects, because you really comment on almost like the obvious what you see.
Yes.
Very linear. It's not very intuitive, right? So it's nice with the mirror. I like it as well a lot.
Yeah.
We were working also with some other applications similar to it, like I don't remember anymore. But the students like it because you can kind of intuitively move also material around. Especially was good for the graduate, like thesis projects, to sketch the structure of presentation, to move somehow around. Because
you can drag just from internet to just pop in, boop.
Also
so,
make comments. It's easy to put the comments inside. Otherwise, it's a bit.
Yeah, it's especially helpful. Otherwise, you talk about, it's always like so abstract. You talk about this project, this architect, my famous architect, and now you just like open it, and the same like with the chat, bit like something in the chat, not yet really. So it's nice that you get now this more parallel modes.
I was extremely exhausted from this all Zoom things, but there were so many also great things happening, like just having now in mind that I had the possibility from Vienna, to be several times in Austin. It's like, it would not be possible in a way, right?
No, this is the great, and this has to stay. That's simply much more connected discourse. We see already like how conferences get so obsolete, or like all kind of way how we do research is changing, and much more for the better, more direct and so on. Hey, I see also Corey is joining us.
Great.
Maybe we can like smoothly reactivate the session. I see like
hello, Peter.
Hi there again.
So
hello again.
I even don't know, did I formally introduce actually our guests in the first panel? Like hopefully because we were so smoothly transition in. Okay, let me now start. So we have joining us for the second session Indra Wasaita from Vienna joining. Indra has a practice in Vienna, but also affiliated or was long time teaching with Seshima's studio in Vienna. So good for us. Like we had plenty of Japanese references and Indra is now teaching at TU Vienna. So then we have, I just go from left to right, Peter Massin from University Innsbruck, Peter has also his own practice, is teaching as a senior lecturer construction, with also an interest in very experimental forms of construction, in ornaments philosophically. He's completing actually his PhD and a book project at the moment. So it's a very nice project in a complete form from construction to philosophy. Then we have Anne Edwards, fresh graduate actually from UT with an amazing project in our last studio last term. Aaron directly dived into teaching as well at the UT San Antonio, I think, no? And also working, you know how it is when very widely, like very experimental, begin to lift off his own work. Then we have Alexander Grasser from TU Graz. Alexander is a research fellow at University Graz, and works on a PhD on adaptability and actually in a way like co-designing, am I right? Like really like networked using a game engine and like really massive co-design in a way, super promising work, and very nicely like contributes already, or like over the last session with comments and they're pushing a bit the part projects in a new light. Then we have Corey Beek joining us from UT Austin. Corey is associate professor here for digital architecture, to keep it simple. And Corey is also in professional practice, OTA plus, and also like with on several scales working. So wow, pretty big panel. Very shortly to the brief. If you didn't had the chance or like to use, very shortly, it's in a way it's a COVID house. It's a house for everything what living can be, working and living and leisure, whatever. So that's why the title Museum of Life. So it's taking kind of like the postmodern narrative of what an artist is, and in terms of like the Warhol story, or also like the gentrification, like the artist as a vehicle. For also like for us as a model, more like artist residence, for really like rethinking what living can be. So it's a bit like a mixed use kind of building complex. We started the term, living was always driving several styles, blah blah blah. So we started actually with looking into themes of housing, so not with case studies, but really like sampling for themes. Now, beginning to sorting and synthesizing them in first statements. Move to computational studies, geometrical experiments, using a game engine for this, really chunking up stuff, and move to the site. You see, is a typical suburban, a bit like out of city context, although pretty close to the center. We speculate more in a future concept. So there's a very predictable that in this direction we will have a development in Austin. Austin will increase or double the inhabitants in the next 10 years or 15 years predictability. So we project here a project with 4 or 5 levels, or like really in a much higher density. So, and that's by far too much already from my side. Let's dive in, give the stage to the students. I think second session now, Case, I think, is on the list. So if you're ready, just take over. And then, at the end, please share then go to Miro that we have on, and we can also swap to the Miro board, the link you find also in the chat. And yeah, please no sketches on the drawings. They're just too beautiful. Sorry, no, like no, just commenting. So this is final review, not a corrector anymore. Talking too much, case is yours. So start.
Can you all see this? Okay, hi, my name's Case, and I created a residence for writers. My initial research was focusing on Copper Lane in London by Henley Hillbrown that focused on creating a space that separates between private versus public in a more integrated way. So this building created a cluster model that focuses on public in the middle and then private surrounding it. And from that, I created these synthetical drawings where I used the plans and sections to split up the building into different parts and then use those to experiment with new ways on how I can further develop a private versus public area in a new and different way. From that, I developed these parts that were inspired by certain areas of Copper Lane, and I created these two chunks with these parts that focused on public and one that focused on private. Public that was more emphasized through exterior and open areas, and private that was more closed off and just more closed off and more intimate. And with those parts, I created these figurations that focused on how I can develop differentiating between public versus private areas. So in figuration 1, it's more flat planed, but these spaces are more integrated within each other. Public is within the private areas and so on. And then in figuration 2, it's a similar idea, except I focused on creating more privatized areas by elevating the space and then creating a more vertical area. And then in figuration 3, I separated private versus public by differentiating the space, so creating a more public area at the entrance, and then as you move in towards the space, it becomes more private. From that, I studied these interior spaces to focus on that arch motif that is a small part of Copper Lane, but I really enjoyed. And then from that, I also studied Diana Middlebrook Memorial Writers Residence to focus on interiors to see how writers live and what I can do in my own structure to cater to these artists. Again, I developed new parts that once again focus on this arch motif. And from that, I did a similar process to my initial research where I developed these parts into integrated chunks that focus on private and public and separating those spaces. From that, I created this proposal on my site. And I can further into that. This is a plan of the ground floor, which is more public. I'll dive more into the programs in the next few slides. This is a plan of the second floor that starts to go into more private areas, work and living. The third floor that focuses solely on living, and fourth floor that focuses once again on work and living. These are a few sections just to showcase how these spaces stack on top of each other and the vertical circulation. I wanted to focus on section B to show how, again, these spaces stack on top of each other. So the public space more at the bottom, and as you move up, it becomes more privatized, and there's semi-public areas that are accessible to people that want to move up into the building rather than just having to move straight into the building, which you can do on the first ground floor. Section C, I focused on this to show the vertical circulation that's centralized at the entrance of the building. This is a diagram of the programs just to show how this space is organized. And so again, on the ground floor, it is mainly public with a lot of collaborative spaces for writers to work together and just be in an environment where they can work with other writers and present their work, such as in the bottom left corner of the plan, there's an auditorium for these artists to present their work, and then all the purple areas are collaborative spaces for people to sit and just communicate with one another or just read in a public environment. Moving on to the second floor, it becomes a living space with areas that are dedicated to living and work. These small pods are sort of like studio spaces where a writer can sit and just focus on their work, and then back to living spaces that's separated from work, just to separate these areas and create different environments. These yellow spaces work as like courtyards that are more semi-public because of that verticality, and as you move up into the space, there's a differentiation between like private versus public and how public these spaces can be. And I wanted to make these spaces more semi-public as opposed to the ground floor where there's like a very accessible area. This is a diagram of the circulation that I focused on in section B as well, just showing the centrality of like the vertical circulation and then how you can move about the building to these different courtyards. This is a rendering of like the transitional space between the work area and the living area. This is a rendering of like the private spaces, like the living area specifically. I wanted to showcase like the lighting effects of the fenestrations and how the place is organized. This is a rendering of the little pods that serve as working spaces. This is a rendering of a transitional space between the living quarters and then those semi-public exterior courtyards that are on the upper levels. This is a rendering of those small little terraces, the exterior terraces. Another rendering of the terrace. This is specifically on the third floor. This is just a rendering of what it looks like from those transitional spaces. This is specifically on the fourth floor looking down at the entryway. This is the rooftop terrace to showcase more of that semi-public motif that I wanted to iterate and just how the space is organized. This is the ground floor collaborative space, just showing different areas of where writers can sit together or maybe even work individually, just to keep it an open space that allows for that collaboration. This is the auditorium space for writers to present their work. And this is a cafe space that's looking out into that open area. This is an exterior collaborative space. These little arched shelves serve as like a book exchange where writers can leave their work or leave a book that they like, and then other writers can come and kind of work together in that space and read each other's work and read each other's favorite books. And this is an exterior rendering of the entire building. Thank you for listening. I'm gonna go to the mural board now.
Maybe I'll start with a comment. I think you produced some really interesting interiors. I think I especially am drawn to those spaces that you're creating, especially those that combine, that show the overlap of the aggregations, so that when you recombine the parts, you recombine them in a way that produces, I think, a second level of order when they start to intersect with each other and create these kind of double negative spaces. I guess one question I have is in terms of scale. I really like when the aggregate, maybe I'm reading your project wrong, but it seems like when you recombine these parts, that when you change the scale of them, you produce these other kind of furniture things that are programmatic, like the collaborative space you're showing with the shelving units. And I wonder if that is part of the larger scale aggregation and a result of intersections of that, or if it's done separately and then applied into the space.
Well, I did it separately, but my intention was to do exactly like what you were saying before, like take those parts that are already in the building in those private areas and then move it into like this shelving area. So just repeating those motifs and that idea, that image.
That's good. I like that that's your intention. I think that's the right one. I think what I really like about your process is that it's nonlinear. You've taken a precedent, you've broken it into parts, you've recombined those parts, You then looked at the recombinations, broke that into parts, recombined those parts. And this is the kind of process that I think with more time you go through over and over again. And some of those connections, like the connectivity between that collaborative smaller scale motif and the larger scale volume, I think starts to become tighter and tighter as you reproduce that process and go further along, which I think is a really nice direction. The one thing I'd ask then is, I wonder if there's a way, like right now, you know, the plans are really interesting, the interiors are really interesting. In the section, it starts to lose a little bit of that combinatorial, you know, potential. I think it starts to become layered or stacked in a way that I don't think generates the same spatial complexity that you're getting within each floor plate. So I wonder if there could be, in terms of scaling, like maybe there's more variability where it starts to occupy, you know, more than one floor, but starts to create more kind of fluid atria spaces, which I think it starts to do in that bottom left section, like in the public space. And I wonder then, you know, I like that the motif, that the operation is producing a motif that's applied at different scales, like the collaboration, also in the railing. And I wonder if you could separate almost the quantity of motif depending on the public versus private, so that there's more of a separation between those two. I think right now there's a uniformity across the whole project, and maybe that's your intent. You can talk about that, but I think it'd be interesting to see, to understand how motif starts to separate and divide those two zones of public and private is a potential.
Yeah, well, with my initial research, when I was looking at Copper Lane, like I started to understand how like the architect was able to blend that boundary between those two spaces, and that was my intention as well. And that's why I repeated those similar motifs through the public and private space, to kind of like blend those areas, but also create different spaces depending on how open the area is.
And this is the last thing I'll say, but in response to that, it could be that it's not in the design of the volume or the space, but maybe it's in how closely the furniture relates to that motif. So for example, the public railings are built into that architecture, the collaborative spaces are built into that architecture, but then there are some furniture items which probably should be not part of that motif, like beds and stuff like that. So I think the decision is like how far that motif goes into the furniture, into the parts that occupy the space versus the space itself would be an interesting thing to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, maybe I can pick up on interiors and continue here, because, so Kais, I really appreciate the presentation, how you put it together, and the clarity. I think you have like thought through programmatically the project to very detail, and I'm quite excited about the strongness of your project and the sensibility that it brings, because I see some moments where I'm quite amazed how, and I'm not sure if you're intuitively done it or how much conscious is it, but there are very beautiful moments. So for example, I'm very excited how you fold the floor plate in your terrace, and it suddenly becomes, you know, the railing. And I feel like also in interior, you had a couple of exactly this now where the hand is in the mirror, interior moment where the wall meets the floor. So I feel like there are extremely beautiful moments that I wish probably even would become stronger, like throughout the project. But I want to congratulate and draw your attention to these very beautiful connections where you already start to develop your language with the, you know, with the chosen motive. And I feel like there is a sort of newness in it, and there is a certain authenticity in it. And by choosing such a, let's say, iconic motif, right? Which brings also, especially with the program of writers, some kind of a mood of, I don't know, archaic monasteries, or, you know, the whole Middle East architecture. You kind of propose, I think, a novel approach to when you do these kind of gestures of understanding how the floor plate connects to the arch element. So I think this was very beautiful moments. What I wish probably for you to explore more these moments in understanding of the weight of the arch, or understanding of the weight of the vault itself. And I feel sometimes you could explore more how much the depth it could give you in the elevation. I see that in the catalog very strongly, where you have this catalog of the moments where, you know, we can see that one vault either forms the room or is just a kind of a part of the figure that it creates, you know, two-dimensional figure. I feel like sometimes in the room or in the section, it is not pushed maybe to such extreme, which could give you that range, you know, that range which allows the arch to be from two-dimensional element to the three-dimensional element. So I'm kind of, you know, projecting where I see potential of this approach that you took, and also complimenting you for your choices in a way. The second comment would be a bit of different nature, is about the programmatic. I mentioned that I really appreciate the programmatic sensibility that you put in, but not because you carefully, you know, choreographed where things should happen, but I think that it allowed you really to understand the kind of speciality, let's say group speciality. But for example, on the ground level, where you talk about the public grounds or a public level, I wish that this program would manifest more through, let's say, spatial tectonic approach. And here I would encourage you to diminish the boundary that you still contain between the building and its and the site, right? So for example, that you have this openness, it's very beautiful that as it spills out into the street, or it spills out programmatically to the city. However, like in the ground floor, you know, it still remains in the building boundary. So I'm thinking, as you have this system of the arcades, you know, of the arch, you could allow yourself to completely diminish what you consider now to be green, the path, the street, and the building interior, and start to play much more stronger with it. Yeah, so this would be my observations, and otherwise I really think it's super interesting project that you put together, and choosing the theme, like the topic, the inhabitants, and the tectonic language for it. So congratulations for it.
I can add to that. I think, you know, I really appreciate kind of the level of detail that you've obviously put into the interiors, as both the other reviewers have said. I am curious, I guess, you know, it seems like there's a lot of the kind of the archway that you kind of started with that's kind of beginning to permeate at the scale of the interior. So it's kind of coming down, you know, how the floor plate begins to turn into the railing, as it was said earlier. I do wonder if, you know, that, you know, if you had thought a little bit about how you could begin to scale the archway up a little bit more, and so that you get more of that kind of, you get more of the kind of public space on the ground floor, potentially going up sectionally into the other floors above, and kind of begin to get this sort of permeation of spaces that you're getting on the second, third, and fourth floors happening in a sectional way as well. But I think it's a really well thought out project, and you know, I like the organization and kind of how detailed you're able to get on an architectural scale, which I know can sometimes be hard when you're exploring new softwares, et cetera. So, thanks.
Yeah, I can add to that. As I've seen the project also at the midterm, I think it really kept the strong points of what was going on there. And one thing that I want to mention here is that it's also nice to see some repetition also in the rooms. In the previous projects, it was really hard to distinguish the parts, and now you kind of blended them together with your collaborative parts to make it work, to get the program working. I think that's quite nice. And I also see that the furniture that you created, you also used this arch design also for the chairs, I think, which is quite nice that you went in the scale or in the level of detail to the furniture scale. And in one of the parts that you show in the slide above, in your catalog, I really appreciate that one part that does the folding in two directions. So here in the middle row, the second one, which has kind of an arch in the floor plan as well as in section. I think this, as it's appearing a few times in the structure, it helped getting rid a bit of the layering that you had at the midterm. I think now it's better that the building works as a whole more interesting as well as in section. But it, as the previous comments already said, it could have been a bit more. As Indre was mentioning, you added it at the terrace as a small detail, and I think this kind of design could be more elaborated, but still, you really worked on many scales here, and I think it's very well developed at the end. Yeah.
I wanted to congratulate as well for the project. I can remember as well from the midterm quite well, and I think it's a very nice project. But I as well like, I think the comments are really right because of this motive. It is so present that it becomes one main objective of your whole design. So it's difficult to talk about something else than your motive. So because it is so, it has a kind of a transcalarity as well. Like it is not the whole building that is good, but it is kind of so repetitive in so many scales that it gets almost problematic. And I have one book for you. Maybe you know that it is Atlas of Novel Tectonics from Reiser Umomoto. And there's one, there are a couple of sections in it with warnings. And I have it, I wanted to drop it on the Miro board, but Daniel does not allow that, I think.
What?
I can drop it, I can drop it. But it is about, like, this chapter is very short, and it is about the abuse of the diagram, exhaustion, yeah? So what means is, and that is what I'm struggling with in your project, because I like it very much. And my first comment would be, like, use it everywhere, you know? Use it in the, it should be in your floor plan as well, because at the moment you have just the fillet in the silhouette of your plan, but not in the floor plan and in the walls. And it would be nice to have that again, like if you would rotate your section into the floor plan, it would be quite interesting. A typical idea of architecture teachers, but and as well, like playing around with the scale of the vault of the arches. Of course, that would be very nice. Like, it's not like incremental, like this is in the railings, like this small, and then there's this space, and then maybe something in between with the windows. But could be like much more variation as well in the spaces and so on. So I thought, okay, that would be actually the obvious part, what one would say to the project. But I think as well, maybe it cannot be so too much. Like, to come back again to this article, I think it is important not to have the furniture, for instance, as the same way like the spaces, for instance. So this is just a comment, it's not a critique in that way. But I think the project really triggers an interesting discussion about, like, this transcalarity of a motive. And the question is, for instance, like Alex as well said, that is you can disassemble the arch as well in parts and in quarter segments of an arch and so on, and combine it and flip it and so on, and then it can get spatial. I think there's more variation as well in that arch motive, so to say. But anyhow, that is, I dropped the 2 pages and the cover into the Miro board, and I really congratulate. It's so nice, the project. Yeah, thank you.
I just want to add very quickly that I agree with a lot of those comments, and one of the ones that Alex made earlier, which is that, and it's part of this nonlinear process. I think you have kind of 2 moments that I think are really interesting, that have a lot of potential. One is that if the motif repeats geometrically, it doesn't mean that it has to repeat through material or through scale or through these other kind of architectural conventions. And so I think one way to continue the geometric motif but not continue it to a way that it's abusing the diagram is to separate materiality from the geometry. And I think in your plan diagrams where you have, Alex pointed out, where you have the kind of individuated parts, they're still separated and they're connected by a kind of tissue, especially in that kind of second floor there, where you have the pink parts and then there's a continuity, kind of a connective tissue that still allows those parts to remain parts. They're not entirely fused within the uniformity of the rest of geometry. I think you could do the same thing with materiality, where even when it does become fused, you might separate parts through material. So even though the geometry is continuous, the material might change. And there's a really nice rendering if you go down where you see outside from the inside, and you see the outside of one of the, yeah, that one right there in the middle, up. Yeah, there. Sorry, here, this one here, if you see my hand down there. Yeah. I think that's really interesting, because then you start to, even though there's a kind of continuity, you also start to visually create continuity with geometric separation. So it's the opposite of what I just said, where there doesn't have to be, you know, if there's uniform, like continuous geometry, you can separate it through material. You can also separate, you can create continuity through visual relations while parts are separated. So I think that's a moment where you do that, where it feels continuous within the space, even though there's a physical separation between those geometries. And I think that's a really nice point just to point out. It's something like similar to also what Alex said, that Peter reinforced, which is like in the Kahn building, the Kimball, you know, it's not actually a series of domes, it's a series of beams. And then when the beams come together, they form dome-like structures. They look like domes, but that's because they've been parted and recombined in a different way. But I think you have a similar kind of potential, especially in this moment.
Yeah, thank you, Case. I think like is the biggest compliment what you can get for project presentation is when the whole jury begins to directly to design and the heads are exploding and directly begin to propose. So it's a highly complex and very well drafted project. So congratulations, really.
Thank you.
So now we continue with Samantha. Samantha, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Cool.
Okay. Hi, and good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'd like to present my proposal for a writer's residence, which I have titled the Writer's Colony. I've chosen writers as a residence for my project, as I wanted to explore a variety of different kinds of spaces in this proposal, and I believe writers to be highly adaptable to their surroundings. To begin, I looked at Louis Kahn's buildings and the Texas Union here at UT to understand the way that thick stereotomic walls and these thin tectonic framing elements could be used to create different spatial qualities. As a first step, I created a synthetical and combinatorial drawing that explores the way that geometries can be used to divide up and extend space. Moving forward, I created a series of 5 individual parts that, with Unity, created these larger meta parts and could be modified to be either more stereotomic or more tectonic. And here's a large iteration from Unity that begins to show the relationship between these stereotomic living quarters and these recreational and work tectonic units. This is an early study of a catalog of parts that I did to further understand my building. From left to right, we have more private to public, and top to bottom, it's residential to recreational. As a first massing study on the site, I just tried to scale it down and identify parts which could be later developed into more public or private programmatic units. For samples of thematic living, I looked at the Rodin school dorms and tiny houses to see how these small confined spaces defined by these thick stereotomic walls could be divided and cut up to extend the space either vertically or horizontally. For my tectonic areas, I looked at Facebook's outdoor areas and Arcadia's of the outdoor structural system to see how these tectonic units could be joined together to create either larger, more public spaces or more individual, semi-private working units. As a study for a vertical residence, I tried to see how I could divide up space more in the vertical direction and create movement in that way. And for a horizontal residence, I tried to, looking back more towards the tiny houses, trying to see how I could create more divisions on one floor and create movement in that direction as well. For my tectonic forms, as I mentioned before, just exploring how these tectonic geometries can be joined together to be either larger, more public spaces or more individual units as well. Circulation is a big aspect of my project. I created these circulation diagrams to see how I could integrate circulation better into my design by either looking in section or plan. And I ended up going with the design on the very right. This is a image of what the final circulation form looks like. And then in the same direction, looking in section, you're able to see the way that the residences respond to each other, share this kind of public space in between, and are connected both in the vertical and horizontal direction by these circulation forms, these stairs and pathways that connect them to each other. In a segregational section, we are able to see these shared spaces more in depth, also highlighting the elevator that would connect these floors, and just seeing the way that these levels are layered up and the way that these stairs and circulatory paths connect all the areas in the residences to each other, as well as to other public areas. In plan, we see the top level where we see that there is greater access to public spaces as we move further down. So in the top level, we see that it is purely residential, has just a small bit of access to a working space. Moving to the second level, we start to gain more access, specifically a kitchen, a small cafeteria space where the residents can eat. And then moving to the third floor, where we are able to see more how these residences have these shared spaces in between, these connected pathways that connect them to each other and that lead also to these more public areas, as well as to the floors below. And in the ground floor, we have our largest public space, which is this kind of atrium space in the center where writers can relax, can do work for a variety of different purposes and programs. We have these working units on the very left over here, a kind of meeting room on the very right. As you can see, a lot of more access to these other public areas. Another more important aspect of my project is the ability to create different spatial qualities and dynamic views depending on which direction you're facing in the same area. So here we are looking into the building, into the atrium space, where we begin to feel that it is more leading into an interior. And in the opposite direction, we feel that it is more of an exterior space, and seeing how that also leads up to the outside and to the public, appreciating the way that we're able to have a connection with the outside, lots of light. This is another example of what I've been talking about. Looking down from the central staircase across, we feel that the space is more stereotomic, and we can see this shared small area between the residences. Looking in the opposite direction, we see more of this tectonic public area, also emphasizing the collaboration and the merging of the tectonic and stereotomic and the way that they can work together to create these different kinds of spaces. Also appreciating the thick walls, seeing the way that they can be used for a different variety of purposes. Here we have a kind of collaboration room or library where the books are inset into the wall, taking advantage of that thickness. Also seeing the way that they can be used in rooms, either for storage or cabinets, desks, shelves, stuff like that. Because the residence units can be more confined, there was an emphasis on creating a very kind of sense of like light and openness in these public areas, as you can see in this area, as well as a working space, which is a space that is also shared between these residences. And then this is one of the street views of the possible entrances, to the building. And we can see on the ground floor, and we can also see this in this other view where it is more open to the public, more inviting, and leads into these other entrances to the central ground floor. And that is my project. Thank you so much. I'm going to head to Moreau now.
So maybe I start if nobody starts. Samantha, thank you for presentation. I'm not sure that my reading will be correct, but I am very fascinated of my own reading of your project. So it's actually meaning that I'm very fascinated about your project. So I read your project as 6 facade project endlessly multiplied. And I feel like it's some kind of a crazy Escher house or something like that. And I think it's pretty awesome. So I don't know if it was intentional, of course, but I'm very curious about this idea that you never know if it's an interior or wall or if it's facade, right? Mm-hmm. So you managed to organize this building, or I don't, yeah, let's call it building. In a way that you never know what is inside and what is outside. And I really find it extremely successful as entire figure, because this constant, like this kind of quite solid individual buildings, always separated through air and light and circulation, you know. They really create this kind of a labyrinth of individual buildings, right? And I think it's quite tricky to do this move because we always have a question of scale, you know. So it could be a city, actually, you know. So I really congratulate you for mastering this. It's a pretty difficult task. What I'm wondering actually is how do you, because I'm not so knowledgeable, of course, but how do you see this environmental qualities, you know, like what is the north or orientation? What is the weather condition, like rain and exposure, so to say, to actual natural environment? I would love to hear your comment, you know, how you consider that as part of your project, because it's definitely, you know, the building would be weathered out and extremely impacted. And that doesn't mean that it's not true for the other propositions, but your proposal is extremely vulnerable to that. And that could be a very beautiful part of the project, or could be also quite, let's say, smelly and quite devastating part of your project. So if you could give a comment, would be nice.
Yes, I definitely see where you're coming from. I think I began to try to incorporate this into my design more towards the end of my project, as I realized that, you know, weathering does exist and will affect these kinds of spaces. So even in the open spaces, it's not very visible in the renders, but like, for example, in this one, the openings are blocked by glass, as well as this opening. Trying to see where I could keep the feeling of being like outdoors in an exterior, but still try to create some sort of protection from weathering, rain and stuff like that. As well as like these spaces that have these openings, but I definitely would have to consider it further and try to incorporate it into the design without compromising a lot of its like unique qualities.
So my intuition would be, you know, like if you ever would, you know, continue these explorations, not necessarily in this project, but in any other future projects, that you would really consider from this direction when you start also to think about, you know, the thicknesses, the apertures, and the materiality choices, because it can become quite, you know, another way or additional way to choreograph these moments. And, you know, like just the other day I was walking, you know, we are in the lockdown in Vienna, and there are a lot of, you know, amazing downtown buildings and churches. And, you know, Vienna is a very old city, and it's made out of very porous stone. And I'm talking about stone because you also use the vocabulary, you know, that is related to geology and stone and solids and so on. And because it is very porous, it's becoming also very dirty. So most of Viennese churches, including the dome, is never being, you know, completely uncovered from scaffolding because it's constantly being cleaned. And it's quite fascinating when you see, when it's open, you know, with regards to the directions of north and south and the weather patterns, how these facades of the same material get wear out by the weather conditions. So you immediately see, you know, like almost like a black and white facade, though it's of the same material. And I think that could become, yeah, it's just my intuition that it could become another strategy for your sensitivities that you brought in the project.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Thank you. I agree. I think that would be very interesting to see how I could explore that either in this project or future iterations or different projects. Thank you for that comment.
Samantha, I really like your project. I think there's some really nice moments. And, you know, one thing that's always difficult with these kind of part projects that add up and aggregate is that they're in danger sometimes, if there's not enough variation in the aggregation, they're in danger of reproducing conventional classification schemes. So for example, if we think of a high rise, the penthouse are always the expensive units, you know, the ground floor is always, there's certain tropes that repeat themselves because of the uniformity within that aggregation. I think what's really great about your project is that there's so much variation, even though there's self-similarity, that no one part, no one space of living is better than another, they're just different. And so it in a way flips that classification. So there's a total democracy among the units. And I think, you know, there's one image that I particularly like. I think if you go a little down, I think I'm on it now. Maybe it's a little up. Yeah, there it is. And it reminds me of Clorinda Testa's library in Buenos Aires, which is one of the best buildings ever built. It's a really interesting building because you enter it, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but you enter it below and then it's all concrete and you look up and it's just like a assemblage of parts that look very similar if you were to flip this and look at this thing vertically. And what I think is interesting about that is even though it's an exterior space, it's above an exterior space, the public kind of plaza, it produces a really successful public zone where it's occupied constantly. You know, it's really, there's a level of interest there, which is a really hard thing to do. Like if you think of another project that also has variation, like Fano Science Center by Zaha Hadid, I really love that building, but the public space below it completely fails. I've been there a few times, but it's always empty, it's dark, it just doesn't work because I think it reinforces that classification where there's not enough variation within the space to produce a level of intensity that promotes public engagement. I think the Testa building, on the other hand, has enough variety and diversity within the objects that it produces that. Anyway, so I think you do something similar and actually a much more complex way, which is it's not just one public space, but it's actually happening because you flip the facades in many directions. It's actually happening both sectionally and in plan. So I just want to commend you on that. I think that's a really good moment that I would maybe reinforce. But good.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Samantha, as well, like a very nice project and congratulations to that. I would like to connect to Corey's comment because for me it was as well like super surprising that you have in this part at agglomeration design process that you kept the variation of everything. And now I was sneaking to your Miro board and counted 18 parts. So and I was wondering if how many repetitions of the parts you have, like approximately, what you would think.
Oh man, I'm not exactly sure. I think I kept, yeah, it would be hard. It would be hard to count, but there's definitely more repetition of parts in the tectonic forms. They're highly repetitive, sometimes scaled down. The thing is that they're just joined together to create larger tectonic forms and then taken apart to create smaller ones. So I could achieve the same, or I could achieve variation, but using the same unit. But yeah, I don't know how many repetitions I have. Definitely a lot.
No, I think it is quite smart to have just more parts, like not to be based on or 3 or 4 or 5, I don't know, to have 18, and then in these 18 parts there's as well variations inside, and I think that is quite smart what you did, and that is visible, that is a clue of the project, I think. And what I want to point out as well, that is your perspective section where you as well like explode or like move out the circulation. That is a very, very beautiful drawing. It is a rendering, I know, but but it is a drawing. Okay, it is a drawing, and I think it tells so much about your project. And I would drop a link. I guess maybe that is not so known in the States, but there's a German, very old artist at the moment, and he makes or he made images for children, and they are called Wimmelbilder. So there's a narrative going on in the drawing. It's quite nice. It's cool. It's good. It's a good reference for architects, I think. And I would drop one image for them. Because I think it is super, super nice in this drawing, on this perspective section, because one could really understand the whole project, the spaces, how the people or the users are living in that, and so on. I think that is that should be so big. This image, it's really nice. I love it. And yeah, I think that I will leave the rest of the comment to the other guests, because I think one can talk a lot about the tectonics. And it's quite nice, yes. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
A good project.
I mean, there's always the confusion, no? Like when you work with some parts, that it's actually repetitive. So I think like in Samantha like has exact, this is like neurology pure, that you have actually different combinatorial, compositional actually scales. So, no? So set theoretical in a way like understanding of scales or like complexity that in a way again discretized was our variable in its kind of form, and that's here very successful. And like I mean of course there's in a certain kind of research also that this project, and I mean like I have just to say like being in one hand like so ordinary, you know, like I mean you can take it and build it, but another like reaching this spatial complexity, and also like from plans is very socially like it's you can see it in you can see low cost, you can like how like you diversified it, the floor plans and so on. So it's I think an enormous achievement. So it's wonderfully drafted.
Thank you.
I can follow up on this. As I also saw the midterm, I think quite a lot of work went into further detailing it. There wasn't a huge change from it, but you really worked on the details, and I think it works very good. Especially you had parts which were quite solid, as it's still now, but then you had the wood structure, and it was because of the material. I think last time they seemed quite separate,
Yeah.
but now by using on the one side the material, where you kind of use the same material for the wood structure as well as for the glass framing and all the little details, I think that was a very good move to kind of come up with a coherent design. And yeah, you really further detailed and brought it together, the more solid parts and the more open parts. And I think here, as we in previous projects discussed color a bit to further add more variation, I think in your case, you don't really need it. For you, it was better to stay with the two colors because you have, like, every comment was on the variation, and I think you have a lot of tectonic variation, and I think that's enough for the building. Because as I've seen it in the midterm, it was too much when you had all the two different colors. But I think now it blends together very nice. So yeah, very detailed and nice project.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll add to what Alex is saying, because I agree. I think, early in the presentation I wrote down, I was like, I hope that she takes into consideration kind of the thickness of these walls and kind of thinking about what sort of, systems and what kind of detailing can begin to go into this sort of stereotonic form that you're beginning to form. And then you came back around to it and you begin to talk about kind of the shelving being integrated in the library space, and then kind of more storage space in the residential areas. And so, I'm going to also commend you on the amount of detail that went into it. I think it's, getting a project down to that level of detail is really nice. I think you could probably push it even further if you wanted to, like, going forward, thinking about what other kind of systems could begin to fit into that. But, I also think your kind of precedents that you brought in were really nice, because again, it's almost has this sort of brutal aesthetic at the beginning, but then, when you actually show us those kind of interior conditions and the perspectives from inside, it feels really kind of interesting and kind of light and airy and really connected back to the outdoors, which I really appreciate. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Samantha. Yeah, wonderful presentation project and so on. Koehler, are you ready? Should we continue with you?
Sure, I'm ready.
Yep.
Okay. Is my screen showing up for y'all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So my project is called the Crystalline Communities, and it's a residence for musicians. And as a musician myself, I chose to design a collaborative space for musicians with a focus on bridging the genre gap between classical musicians to jazz musicians to, like, whatever genre, and really create a space that can function both as a venue for, like, a music festival for, like, teenagers, and also like a venue for, like, a classical concert. And so my first precedent study began with Fujimoto's Children's Center, where I really was interested in his process of rejecting regular orthogonal organization of spaces and really embracing the diversity of spaces generated from seemingly chaotic angles. In my synthetical drawings, I included studies of the in-between spaces that emerged through this kind of organization, as well as the separating his method into different parts and seeing where they could potentially fit together for our later computational studies. In addition, I looked into where I could take this concept further by synthesizing the share house's verticality with Fujimoto's unique spatial approach. And so with these initial iterations of my first two parts, I realized I was actually very inspired by the naturally occurring crystal aggregations due to their naturally occurring angular and faceted form and organization. And so I emulated this kind of form into my parts in hopes of rejecting orthogonality into the third dimension. And so here are my initial computational studies with just taking these two parts and aggregating them to different scales. And through these studies, I realized that it was very formally exciting, but also still chaotic. But I also realized that there is a lot of potential in this kind of space, and wondered what if the residents always had these dynamic views into the concert venue below them, or if in the concert venue below, you could look up and see the musicians collaborating above you. And so from that study, I realized I had to rationalize this project further. And so I went into precedent studies focusing on the organization of non-orthogonal spaces, and also an exciting element of materiality, taking advantage of this faceted geometries by using reflective steel cladding or glass or possibly polycarbonate. And so to rationalize this process further, I created a whole new set of parts focusing on geometric rhythm and program, and exploring where these complex parts could potentially fit together so that I could use the software Unity to aggregate them. And so here I begun to see a range of private and public spaces generated through these relationships and these meta parts that I've created. And I saw possibilities for potential practice room communities or social spaces or living spaces. And I really liked how these different spaces could just freely flow together. And through this whole rationalization process, this led to my final proposal on site, which now has a greater variety of spaces, yet also a formal density to later be rationalized for structural integrity. And so with such an experimental project, I knew that I had to realize that it has to have a realistic buildability to it. And so here's my structural proposal of a three-dimensional frame within each prefabricated component, and taking advantage of the technology of having very thin concrete with a wire mesh reinforcement to create these porous, lightweight, yet structurally sound parts. I also realized that through this porous massing, it has a potential to hold other elements such as MEP piping or insulation, or even possibly room for landscaping above it. And so through this axonometric section, you can get a good view of the main concert venue, which is on the first floor, and you can see how it's very open to the public, as well as the variety of spaces that are created through these aggregations, such as the larger spaces being open to socialization or collaboration, and the smaller spaces being possible bedrooms or practice rooms. And here are some renderings of that main concert space that really highlight the exciting effect of this angular geometry, as well as the effect of the material reflecting the light. And so here's a quick video I took. That's just a quick sun study of that main concert venue. And I thought it was very exciting how the light dances off of this unique geometry, off of the reflective material, and really transforms the atmosphere depending on the time of day. And here with these interior renderings, I feel like these really highlight that rather than units with a 2-bed or 2-bath or 3-bed or 2-bath, this proposes a new way of living that is kind of like a landscape for the residents to explore. And instead of having it set for them, they're able to freely choose and design their own use of the spaces. And in this video, I just show a possible use of the spaces, showing the relationship between a bedroom, a living space, and a viewing space, and then a practice module But of course, this is just one possibility out of many others. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. Oh, sorry. Let me go to Muro now.
Please comment. I'm always like, I'm not allowed to talk, actually.
Can you have one last image that you did not show, or it is on the mirror board at the very bottom?
Yeah,
Please.
At the last minute.
Really nice.
Oh, thank you. I was wondering which one I should switch it out for, and so I switched at the last minute. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Anyhow, that is I can really have good memories to the midterm for that project, and I can remember that it was a bit difficult because of the geometry and because of the typology, because of this pointed triangular situation. I think you when you try to rationalize this spaces, it is still a bit like scratching on the surface, right? If you use it for pipings and so on, it's okay, but it is a lot of space what you have there, especially in the section where you zoom in. Maybe that is like just strategy for the future. If that is so obvious that you have more not usable space, and the usable space don't show that. Don't show this particular problem. So that could be somehow left away, and you show a situation where it's not so problematic. But anyhow, there's a nice project in the Biennale in Venice a couple of years ago from Koehler. I will put it in the mirror board on the bottom later, where you can see like the in a cupola, the whole ceiling. It's of course an art project with all the piping and so on, and you just see the ceiling of just see the ceiling and not the piping and not the cupola anymore. So it is a kind of a true story in architecture recently. So. But I think still that is just the one, the small but what I have to say is that is you could use that as well as mushroom columns and so on. So that like this pointed thing gets to a column and so on, so that you can use that structurally. And that would be totally okay, I think. So in that way, you could even develop that further. It's not a problem, I think, that you have not all of the space used as space, so to say, or all of the volume is used as space. But that is just the little critique because the rest of the project, I think the agglomeration as well that you were brave enough like to use such a complicated form as the part. I think I appreciate very much, and it gets very interesting because of that. And I think especially this one image, what you have, the perspective, what is very on the bottom of your presentation, what you didn't show, is so nice. It is a classical Zaha rendering back in the days, but it is extremely nice, and it shows the qualities as well in the inside as well as on the outside facade. So that is super interesting. And yeah, for instance, this image now of the interior, I mean, this is great. This is, I think, kind of a concert hall would have this atmosphere would be absolutely awesome. And I congratulate really to this brave project. I think that is really good and nice, and it's a beautiful project, I think.
Thank you so much.
I think as well your materiality from the outside is quite nice. Reminds me to Kopimmelblau a bit. Typical Kopimmelblau rendering.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think this is a really beautiful rendering. I think it's a beautiful project. Certainly, the aspirations and the complexity are far beyond what you could achieve in the studio just in this amount of time. But I think it's really nice because it sets up further things to think about and question. I worked for like Antoine Predock back in the day, and we worked on a concert hall that was very similar to your interior. And it was pre, when computers were being used heavily in performative design. And we had the best acoustician in the world. And he came in, flew in, had his laser pointer, and literally we had a model the size of a room of the space. And he was just shooting his laser pointer. We were adjusting each of the angles. And so to me, like just thinking about the process you went through in Unity, where it's about these parts, and I know Daniel's studio as well. I know they're kind of engaging each other, and they settle into a certain composition, and you have some choice over which ones are selected. And I could see the next layer of this being a more like once the aggregation at one scale is complete, a much smaller tuning of the space, depending on what the use is, whether it's a performance area like this one or housing. I could see that now the parts start to disassemble a little bit and then tune themselves within Unity. So a kind of second layer of recombination happening at the scale of surface versus volume. But anyway, that's all just like future speculation on where it could go. I think it's a really beautiful project.
Thank you. And yeah, I definitely noticed that the acoustical design of a concert hall is a lot more demanding than like just having a bunch of pretty faceted geometry above it. And like I was thinking like, dang, I actually have to research this a lot more to get like all the angles right and have all the materiality like on point to have it be really effective. So I'll definitely look into that.
What amazed me though is actually how like simple it was in some ways, like literally a laser pointer bouncing and then him knowing that would be a certain intensity. And so then like if a place didn't get enough coverage, you would angle two pieces. And of course it's a lot more complex now, but there is some basic like understandings of just angles of bounce that then can help tune this thing. But yeah, really nice. It's doable is what I'm saying.
That's good. That's helpful. Thank you.
All right, Koehler, thank you for presentation. I actually want to address your project from its relationship to the city, because I think that especially in your one of the three-dimensional sections, you grasped the task, the brief very sharply, which is a kind of a COVID house, right? And so I feel like your proposal is a gigantic stage for the city. And it's organized in this, kind of a diagonal way. There I could imagine, where is like city and the building becomes in the relationship of performer and like audience, And this place of being a performer or being an audience between the city and your residence house could be interchangeable or entangled. I think that is very, very beautiful. You didn't talk much about, how you think of the city, but I had to think of this phenomena of, which I guess everybody knows in the world of singing balconies in Italy and all across the Europe was very, very strong social move. In the lockdown in the spring, where people would get out at some point in the, in the balconies and the windows and start to play instruments or sing, and some other neighbors would get super annoyed about it, shout loud, why are you making noise? But that became a kind of this, a distant acoustic space, a communication space. And I think that the general gesture of your building proposes great opportunity for that. And I really appreciate that. Therefore, I'm quite of questioning if you need that shared hall in general, like the main concert hall. Of course, if you think from professional perspective, that's important. And I completely agree with with comments before that acoustically it's quite tricky and maybe not resolved. But I think that you can also give yourself like an ease if you would more radically approach these programmatic ambitions, and tell yourself, okay, I'm not maybe complying with all the, concert and acoustic needs, but I'm proposing a different kind of a musical experience or a different kind of performative experience. And you talk a lot about visibility of between the performers or between the residents of performance visibility within the building. Of course, you would need to think about audibility, not just the visibility of it. But I think that the city could play another role and to see it as a stage. And therefore, I think that when it comes to the geometrical, issues that are being pointed out, I think that you could also speculate more radically what are these extra masses doing for you, because they could become simply not necessarily occupiable spaces, which of course, in the realities of economy is kind of insane. But you could think of those parts as, damping materials, as the materials that creates sound voids that are absent of sound, right? So you could play with these parts of the building which suddenly starts to block the sound and creates a completely different acoustic experiences. So it's not just about, performance, non-performance, but you suddenly start to audio the whole city and its residents themselves. And I think therefore it's great potential what you set it up yourself. It's very complex projects. And of course you guys cannot resolve everything in those months, but I see potential to push it to some kind of more even experimental qualities of living together, where you can play with extreme acoustic, mirroring the sound, because your metal cladding, I think it would be crazy mirroring the sound, and damping the sound, damping, giving the softness in these masses to damp the sound. Yeah, otherwise, thank you. Very inspiring project, to be honest.
Thank you so much. I didn't think of that, but that's like a very inspiring way of thinking of performance spaces. I'll definitely work into designing that stronger into this project. Thank you.
I'll add to that. I think, I agree that's a really strong idea of thinking about how these kind of different angles that you're saying are filled with potential mechanical spaces could potentially be a way of dampening the sound and kind of completely taking you out of that sort of concert hall idea. What I'm looking at the most and what I like is kind of these smaller computational studies that you did towards the top at your Murray board. I really appreciate that, you began to justify the angles here by kind of integrating circulation into the different modules or whatever you want to call them. And I was wondering, or I like that they can, when they don't kind of fit together, maybe they become sort of spaces for the audience to be in. But what I'm wondering is if on a larger scale, if there needs to be some sort of like more central kind of piece of circulation that you think about that gets kind of integrated into the building. So you're not having to, travel around all these different various circulation paths to get to different places. But other than that, I think it's a really beautifully rendered project. And, I think you've considered a lot of stuff at kind of these smaller computational scales, and then the larger concert hall scales nice as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Also, congrats from my side. To me, it's quite surprising that this kind of project came from thinking about housing at the beginning and kind of ending up in a concert hall scale. I was a few months ago in Hamburg at the Elbphilharmonie by Herzog Demeron, and the interior there, if I look at some of the images here, reminds me a lot of that. So did you look also at concert hall typologies during that process, or did that happen in the process that you came very close to some of those references, the Elbphilharmonie in Hamburg, as well as in Berlin, also by Hans Scharoun? I think is quite there. Also, as Peter mentioned, Himmelblau, we can see it also here. And another Austrian architect, Next Enterprise Architects, did in Grafenegg, there is an outdoor concert venue. So I think you assembled here quite a lot of interesting stuff. And yeah, this kind of outdoor concert space is quite fascinating. And I think acoustics, yeah, it can be a problem, but it can be also something interesting to work with reflective materials. As when I was in Hamburg, there was this one tour guide, and he was pointing at one chair, and he said if he has enough money, he will buy that seat for that concert because he is there all the time, and he found that spot has the best acoustics. But I think in your building, you will have quite a lot of those spots because of the reflections. And I think this kind of distributed nice spots all over your building can be also quite something new that could be interesting. But yeah, it's also nice that you thought of it in different levels, as you showed in the last video of that small practicing room also outside. I think it's on many levels, very interesting and quite radical project. And that's what studying is for, to be playful. And yeah, I think you can gain a lot of this out of this project. If a real concert hall would have 10% of that craziness, it would still be a very good building at the end. So I think you have quite a dense amount of creativity in there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. When I was looking at references, I somehow only found like orthogonal like boxes, like those traditional concert halls, or like very like curved spaces. And so that I thought I was doing something wrong, but I'll definitely look into references that you mentioned that is similar to this project. Thank you so much.
I can add it to the chat here.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Put some of the images into the Miro board at the bottom.
Real quick, Kayla, one thing I was just noticing, I think with that section that you have that's cut the model, I really think I would recommend pocheing that because it's so complex. It looks like an exterior rendering and it's really hard to read the space. So just for your portfolio, I would go in and just quickly poche it so you can understand where the cut line is. Yeah, that one. One more up. Yeah. Yeah, otherwise it's too hard to read.
Yeah, definitely.
It's such a beautiful drawing, potentially.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely know I have to clarify this one a lot more. It was hard when I was like trying to get the section because the poche wasn't as continuous as traditional buildings are, but I'll be sure to like work on rationalizing that.
Yeah, it doesn't have to match one-to-one either. You know, you can make decisions in that process and add things.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much appreciated. Like, comments that you went actually through such a complexity, which got rare nowadays. Actually, like not so many are doing this, and at the end, I mean, like it's our job, like to do actually rich kind of building environments. Huh? And of course, like you can always demand for something realistic and feasible, but that's study force, not that we had already before this comment that so much appreciate that you use really these projects really to explore actually those topics. Also in relation, it's not just drawn, it's not just designed, but in a way, like you go already into a combinatorial approach, you think actually about a prefab system. Of course, like in 3 months' time, so it's actually, this is your first kind of building design, no?
Yeah.
It's the second year and it's the first building design. So like it's I think for me, like it's an incredible achievement what you have. Like really, it's just to outline this. So like we compare you to Pritzker Prize winners and we like build it kind of concert halls and to Wolf and yeah, here like Next Enterprise, and I see all these references popping up. I mean, like, so yeah, so highly congrats. And then I mean, like, if architecture comes first, and then like it's about to explore, find really like a new world in it. When you take it really as research serious, then take really the potential what you have of it. So when you don't have a centralized stair, then I mean, like when I have a village on a mountain, also don't have like one autobahn which goes through that village. I have also like several small kind of paths and little stairs and so on. So that whole building in itself has a much more natural scale. It's not more modernistic in a way with this one spine core or like a Liebeskind, like having this stick somewhere in that geometry sticking whatever. So and same with acoustic or this voids. I think it's more like exploring and finding them actual reasons for that. And the same, like, of course, it needs a whole research also for looking into constructability. And there's a lot of research out how actually you can with prefab systems, not necessarily from concrete. I would say the future is more timber there, definitely. But actually reaching similar geometrical complexities and arrangements. So yeah, thanks a lot for showing us today. Amazing perspectives. So congrats. Next project, Zoe.
Yes.
Would you like to continue?
Sure, yeah. Can everybody see my screen? Awesome. All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Zoe Bion. Good afternoon and good evening to some of you. And thank you for being here again. All right. So I'd like to present my project, Terrace Residence, which is centered around the thematic theme of creating a farm-to-table residence for cooks where culinary experimentation and gardening can take place through the use of like cafes, restaurant, and community gardens that are located throughout the building. My research ultimately started with Share House by Naruse Architects, specifically focusing on the vertical visibility between floors, as well as the relationship from public and private spaces. The collection of collages I made from the first assignment from Share House led me to explore the varying ways in which I could utilize stairs and steps to create different spaces, such as this one on the right, creating this sort of wall between two different spaces, and this one ending above a room, or kind of overlooking a room, but not leading to anywhere specifically. I also reconfigured house plans from Share House, which allowed me to further understand how each floor is visually connected and how the stairs from the previous collages could be implemented into those. I made further collages to explore the qualities of both Share House and the Children Rehabilitation Center by Fujimoto. Here, really exploring the space qualities between different floors this time. So trying to start to integrate that visibility between floors. In transition to the second assignment of this semester, we were to create the parts that could be made to a whole. So here are some iterations I went through until I centered my focus on the idea of stairs functioning as both horizontal and vertical circulation. So here you can see I have a few spaces creating different spatial qualities. I have a more closed-in space right here, maybe for a more private area, or here, maybe creating a sort of atrium or central area. Then we made a catalog of, or I made a catalog of parts from previous iterations, as well as from precedent studies, which allowed me to start experimenting how to implement my cook and farm-to-table theme into a residence. I eventually came back to my reconfigured plan of Share House and achieved this massing right here. After some revisions and iterations, I came to this final massing, and this is what I had for the midterm. I went back afterwards and came with this final massing, which I decided to further explore for what I have today. So coming to what I have today, this is my proposal on the site, and this is a view from the corner of the street. In plan, I have 4 levels. The two lower ones are more dedicated to public functions, So the ground floor has in it a terrace, which is open to the street and to the public, which also has a cafe. And it has a sort of community kitchen, which can be used for either public events for cooking classes, or could be used by the residents themselves to experiment in the kitchen. There is also a restaurant kitchen, which serves a restaurant on the first floor. Up here, I have the two upper floors, which are which is dedicated to the residences. So on the outside, you have the individual apartment units, if you want to call them that. And then between them, I have different areas that connect them, through different activities. And also throughout all of these, you can see this sort of atrium starting to take place, which you can see once again in section. There's this atrium connecting each floor visually, kind of taking that concept from share house from the first assignment. And then this is a section just highlighting the main circulation throughout the building right here. And then this is a segregational section, which shows both this atrium space right here, as well as part of the circulation and showing a bit of what is happening in the background. Moving on to the renders, I have views from private interiors, which are of different sizes, which can accommodate different sizes of residents. So you can have smaller, like individual units for just one person, or you can choose to have one if you have a family of 2 or 3. Continuing with private, this is the kitchen that would accommodate the upper restaurant floor. And this is moving on to semi-public interiors or semi-private, which are the spaces between the apartment units. So here you have a sort of net, kind of taking inspiration from this art installation by Thomas Saraceno, if I pronounce that correctly. And there are also the starts of the community gardens taking place. Here you have more residential housing connected by these different spatial areas that can accommodate different things. And here you start seeing this repetitive element that I have throughout the building, this sort of pool that I had in my midterm, and it can have different functions. So here it's an actual pool. Here I have the community kitchen I talked about earlier, which can accommodate, once again, either public or private affairs. Here you have a view of a restaurant, which looks up above into the other floors. And then here you have what could potentially be either just a viewing area of the terrace or a waiting area for before getting into the restaurant once you check in. And then here you have a view of the terrace from the restaurant entrance. And then I am ending my presentation with a street view. So thank you for listening. Oh, and I'll go to Miro. Mm-hmm.
I can start. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for showing us your project. And congratulations. It's a very well worked out project, I think. Very good. Especially, I always have to think that is second tier. By the way, I have to teach second tier as well this year, and first year master, so I can directly compare. So it's really a good work what you are presenting. So I know I can really know, I know that. I have 4 comments on my in my notes. There's one thing that I think is quite successful, even there that you have a relatively small building, I would say, maybe compared to other projects. What works in your project very well, and maybe that is because you worked it out so much in the interior and so on, is that your parts really merge so good together that it becomes one. So it is obviously at the end one building, and it does not fall apart into the parts, of course. Yeah, I think that is the idea what Daniel always has. So I think that is good.
Thank you.
So I think that is a very positive aspect of your design. What is maybe not so convincing is if we look in your section, it's still like very stacked. It seems to be very stacked levels. So it's quite clear this is one floor, one floor, one floor. So that is a bit classical, I would say. And I was then surprised if you show your interiors, and that is, I think, what works best in the whole project, is when you are inside your public spaces. And it's always, and that is very surprising comparing to the section, is that you always have a vertical connection throughout the whole building. And that is very nice. I think that is the spaces of the interior, especially of the public spaces, are super nice and super interesting and from the spatial aspects. So I guess that is the most convincing part as well of your project, and very nice. And there was one little aspect what I have to mention. I'm really sorry. It is a functional one. I know it's maybe not so important, but if you have Thomas Saraceno's net on top of a restaurant,
Yeah.
I'm not so sure that is such a good. I don't know, coming herbs from the top to your dishes. I don't know if that is a good idea to argue, but I think the situation to have this kind of net as a floor on top of a usable space, that is very nice. So I think that there are really strong moments in your project, what in terms of your interiors. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey Zoe, I'll add to that. I think that let me first say that I love your computational studies. I think they're beautiful and really well done. And you know, those are the kind of the drawings I'm immediately drawn to. And I guess I have a question based on those. Is kind of the way you're beginning to represent these stairs and the way you kind of talk about them at the beginning is you're talking about how they serve multiple functions and kind of how when they're joined together they can create not only horizontal or not only vertical but horizontal circulation. But the drawings, I guess, right below the one you're showing right now, begin to show kind of this sort of environmental aspect being integrated into these stairs as well. So you're beginning to show kind of this greenery around the stairs. And I was just wondering if you could talk more about how that maybe got integrated into the final project. Because I know you said it's a whole farm to table idea, right? And so.
Yeah, so my initial idea or program for the building was for cooks. And eventually I came to this computation with the stairs, and I was like, how can I find a relationship between cooking and stairs? And I came to the idea of terrace farming, like those kind of like steps. And I was like, I could implement steps as kind of like this terrace farming idea into the building. That was how I came up with that.
Cool. Yeah, I think just, you know, maybe like when you presented, I think I would just point that out and show how it kind of gets integrated throughout the rest of the project as you kind of develop it further and kind of see how those like where the material changes on the stairs maybe indicates, you know, where the public spaces are, or where the restaurant begins to be. You may have that in the spaces, but I would say just talk about it a bit more.
Okay.
But I think it's really nice and successful. So thank you.
Thank you.
I add to that. Yeah, it's funny. I'm sort of struggling with the fillet, and I don't know if I like it or don't like it. So I don't know where this comment's going to go. It might end up that I really like it, but there's something that's really nice. I agree about your computational studies where there is a kind of integration of that filleted condition within the module, and then it gets deployed in different ways. I think where maybe I'm not so sure about it is the addition of these closed loops, like the pools that you're adding and the other elements. They just feel disconnected to me, and I feel like as they're placed within the project, they still feel disconnected. I don't know, maybe they are disconnected and they're supposed to be, but there is an odd feeling about them, and I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. But I just want to point out that there's something this is kind of disjoined to the continuity that you're producing with the architecture itself, with the rest of the space, and it's something to think about. And then, where I think I like the fillet is as this, what Peter mentioned, which is that your project does feel very connected. It does feel like a whole, like it's something more than the parts. And I think it's the fillet that becomes the connective tissue that starts to bind those things. So I wonder if, partly it is contained in the original module and it's just an artifact of that module, but it's also something I feel like that could be an additional piece that is used to fuse those, to be a seam between the parts that helps fuse them into that continuous condition. Maybe you're doing that. I can't really tell based on the images, but I think it's a useful technique and also a useful geometry that you might start to combine in different ways in the project. Not only to create a more connectivity, it might be a way to connect those pools into the rest of the geometry. It also might be a way to create more variation through the section. But it also might be something that's introduced spatially. And I think that's maybe the issue I'm having with it. Right now, it feels all of a certain scale, like it's a scale of a step. And I think that's because the step is part of that initial module. But could that thing start to become the scale of a room? Like I'm thinking of Jürgen Meyer's projects. I don't know if you've seen his work, but he does a lot of curved, extrusions, and then those become buildings. And there's something nice about the spatiality of the larger scale filleting, where it actually becomes a volume and not just a kind of edge of a room or a seam between rooms. And I think it's worth exploring, especially in the public spaces where you start getting connection vertically through the rooms.
Yeah, definitely.
Good representation, really nice drawings and images.
Thank you.
I don't know, maybe I go, or Alexa. Don't know who left. So I probably start with the side note that I find it quite fascinating that you put or elevated cooks and bakers into artist residency. I never heard of something like that, so I find it very fascinating. Not because they are lesser artists, it's just it's so common to think that artist residency are from fine arts and applied arts and so on. And I find that your choice of the initial studies were very smart, to look at these, the drawing set that you represented as collages of stairs and steps. I think that was very smart choice to start to look at the slopes, as a potential kind of extension of the ground, and how can you produce more ground than just initial residential ground, not just for visuality and communication, but really actually later for growth, or occupying it with the storage and production and so on. And here I think that I wish that you would take that initial studies to much more radical, level in your final proposition. Because I think that in the final proposition now you have like a binary condition of floor plate and stairs, or like steps, and their angle is more or less very regular. Whereas I think that in the computational studies, okay, through repetition, but also through abundance of that, you could already create a continuity of landscape. So on one hand, you kept the continuity, and I completely agree with all the comments of the colleagues before, that it's really complete building in its entirety. The continuity gives very, trustworthy results. But I think that you could have been much more bold, and more trusting your own sort of initial intuition to work with that stairs and steps as a kind of a landscape, as a way more than rather a construction of plate versus steps. And I think that what Corey was referring to the fillet, I think that the stairs could also become sometimes occupying the full, room, or just intersecting over several rooms. And proposing you this moment, what you addressed with the net already, which I also agree is a very beautiful moment, to become a sort of across of the program, because now still the program, is very kept, is very well resolved, but it's also very kept within the programmatic zones. And I wish that you allowed, your tectonic to intersect those programmatic zones. And it's extremely ambitious and difficult, but I think you had that in the beginning when you identified, Sue's Fujimoto principle of the space in between the levels. So this principle, I think, like you nailed it. And I'm a bit, criticizing now that it didn't play out to full potential in the final result. But I think if you would readdress the project or even your own interest, you should count on that moment way stronger, I believe. Yeah, thank you for the presentation and sort of expanding the notion of the artist residency.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I can follow all the previous comments. I think it's very interesting. One thing that I want to add maybe is that on the one side, your color palette of materials works very well together, but somehow it's a bit, it's developed into something maybe that was not intentional. Like right now you have a very dark building, like all these dark materials, and all the previous studies you had before, and also the references are quite airy. They're white, they seem very bright. And at some point when it came to rendering, you choose to make it a very heavy building. And I don't know if that was the intention to give it that mass. That's one comment, that kind of the material choice made it quite heavy. And the other one is that it sits quite well at the side, I have to say, like that you made this place in before the building. Something I think we haven't seen in the previous projects, that you also kind of apply your design language to the public space in front of your building. I think that's quite coherent, and yeah, thanks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, guys. Everybody went, right? I think so.
Well, it's wonderful, amazing project. When you look to the plans, like I think you went to such a professional level. Not only extending the artist residence to kind of cooking or different, form of artists, but also that you also renderings that you think also that I'm not going as the artist alone, but also there's a social condition that can be a family, it can be a couple or a group, and so offering in a very professional, very practical sense, or this can be built now. You can these drawings, like they're highly elaborated, and still like you're riding on this threshold that we like completely dragged in a way, like to push it artistically, but even appraising like actually that what you have achieved artistically, and saying, hey, look, and so that's I think of course obviously like a great achievement. Also you play with reference, like smartly, like to understand them, how you can take them on, how you can iterate them and integrate. Like the Saraceno. I disagree with Peter's critique, because like I think why not saying during the day my kids can play on the net, and when this has like restaurant place out the space below, I begin to just simply I'm not going on that. But when I'm having different event, when I have a lecture there. This we're doing actually at the Angewandte when there was a large lecture event. There was also like, it was a net or like a gridiron on the top of both the atrium, and you could lie on it. So, and it was, when it was really crowded, actually people were lying on it, and it was amazing view when you look up and above you are lying actually people. So it's getting quite spectacular. Yeah. Hey, we are already going direction break. So thanks Zoe for sharing your work. We have one more panel left, but I think like our European guests will be hard to stay because it goes already. I think you have 10 o'clock, or how late is now? Like it's getting already pretty late. So yeah, and I mean, like so everyone who cannot stay or come back to the final panel, if you would like some closing comments from your side, then more than welcome. Time to talk.
Go ahead. Yeah, I have to leave. It's late.
Yes.
No, but thank you for the invitation, Daniel. Thank you for your project. All the students I saw, it was again very interesting, and I think I can congratulate to the very well developed project. As I said in the last comments, it is like for the second year on a very high level of computation, on representation, on design process. So I think that is quite good. So as well, congratulations to Daniel for his educational strategy and didactics. It works out. I figured out, by the way, your first assignment. I partly not really understood in the beginning, but now especially at Zoe's, I really like that idea from the didactical side. So that is quite nice, like to really start with a collage and super high realistic, so that that you start combining in the first place atmosphere of the building. So that is what I wanted to mention as well. Yeah, I think you will have a nice last December and the Christmas, and can relax the students hopefully. And again, congratulations for the project. Very nice, very interesting. I think this is so interesting to follow up this kind of neurological idea, and like the threshold of from the part to the whole. So because it is kind of a like experimentation that you can see so many variations of one design development or one design process idea, and it's quite interesting to have that a bit bigger view with more projects. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Also, thanks from my side. Thanks for the invitation, Daniel. It's really nice to see the project. Congrats to the students. It's a lot of work went in there, and I think remote working is quite tough, and especially when a lot of technology is involved. Unity is, you can make so many mistakes. So really think you went through a very interesting process. And also the design thinking that's behind this is to have it in the second year, I think is amazing. I hope you can apply it in different studios. And yeah, congrats. And I will follow it on the YouTube live stream. I'm still excited to see the rest. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, I also wanted to thank for having me here tonight, and the students, congratulations, because it's kind of hard to believe that it's your second study year. And it's also hard, therefore, you know, to withhold the comments and because you're so advanced, you know, like you hide, you raise the expectations for yourself. So sometimes if, you know, if there is some sort of unresolved matters or criticism, you know, it's just because you pushed already so far. So it's always, you know, when you show something, people want more, right? And therefore, I congratulate you for that. And I think it's very exciting program that you got, even if it looks so almost obvious, you know, that we have now the sensibility displayed for the living condition due to pandemics. But I think to, you know, to imagine living per se is never exhaustible topic. So I think to really understand that it's beyond the function and beyond the actual measurements or beyond the actual dimensions, beyond the economy, beyond the societal frames. This all can be a very good start, I think, for any project that you have in the future. And I hope that you can, yeah, you can learn and you can be inspired from your own work. And therefore, I think that Daniel is great for you. Daniel is great for you, and congratulate Daniel with that for the great studio.
It's great students, very talented students.
Yeah. Awesome combination. Yeah. Good luck, everybody, and I also will follow up a bit on YouTube to see how it works.
I have one last little play or task for the jury. They will then more privately write me. We have to pick 2 students as nominees for some awards here at the school. Always, like, each studio nominates 2 awards, and I keep this completely as in a competition for, in a way, the externals. So just.
So we drop you an email.
Email, WhatsApp, whatever, or like here privately in the chat or whatever.
Good.
And, yeah.
Yes, and thank you, colleagues, for new colleagues learned and all known colleagues for the interesting discussions. It's super cool to meet everybody.
Yeah, it's great to meet you. I hope to bring you to UT Austin someday. That'd be great, all of you. But yeah, also just want to congratulate you. I've taught this studio in the past. I didn't teach it this time for the first time in like 7 years, which was kind of nice. But I did teach all of you in other classes. So I understand it's really your first building project ever. And so it's pretty amazing to get to this level of detail, this kind of complexity, this kind of scale, this kind of development is really, really impressive. And I just want you to carry it through. I mean, if anything, probably your next semester will be a lot easier. So hopefully you bring this sort of level of difficulty to that semester, because that semester won't produce it for you. So it's going to be up to you to introduce that. And just, I hope you do. Great work. And great work, Daniel. I actually really like I've seen a lot of your projects, and they're all much bigger in aggregation quantities. And I think it's kind of nice to look at this in a smaller format, like, you know, kind of mid-size building, and so it revealed other interesting things about the process. So.
Yeah, this was actually the project behind the projects is actually make it now. So how to build it now with contractor here just outside in front of the door. Yeah. So it's just amazing to see, like, how quickly or like how greatly very, very talented students also this went. So it was very lucky. This doesn't happen here every year. Yeah. So yeah, Aaron, you stay, no? Like you stay.
Yeah, I'll be around.
Cool. So hey, thanks to our guests for the 2 panels, or like your comments. Amazing, like learned a lot, and I think bring a lot. So we make a short break and are back on YouTube, on Zoom, on Miro in half an hour. And like, yeah, have a wonderful evening, Friday evening. Okay, Viennese Friday evenings are incredible, just from my rememberings. Okay. Ciao to Vienna, Innsbruck, Graz. And yeah, we're back in half an hour. Okay, see you. Hello. So, shortlist moving, coming back. So we have in the third panel, we have four presentations actually. For also again wonderful projects. So we have as guests now for the third panel, we have Rasa, UT, and then UT, but San Antonio. Is UT San Antonio?
Yeah, no, that's right.
Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, so then actually, because like simply like continues, I don't need any introduction, and we can directly dive into the project. So when I look to list, it would be Michael.
Yeah, here, I'll share my screen.
Start. Cool.
Oh.
Great.
Yeah, wait. 1 second. Let me fix this. It will work. That would be awesome. Here we go. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Donovan, and this is my project. It's called The Ink Space. It is a tattoo artist residency, and I chose that because I think that tattoo artists in general are pretty unrepresented within not only like artistic communities, but also in terms of our architectural canon. There's not a lot of, there's not a very robust set of precedents of venues for tattoo artists. So I wanted to speculate on that a little bit. And so at the beginning of the project, what I really focused on was a precedent by Owen Design Partners. It's an apartment complex in Yokohama, and it's for artists. And I think it's really, really interesting how he elevates the apartment complexes or the apartment spaces in order to really emphasize that courtyard in the center and separate it pretty starkly. And I was also inspired by Share House, just like Zoe's project, and the sort of vertical visibility between floors I thought was really interesting. And so going forward, we created a set of mereologies. And these are the ones on the right are from the Yokohama project, rearranging them a little bit, and then the rest of them were created by the rest of the group, as you've seen in the earlier presentations. And so what we kind of realized is that the private spaces in all of these projects were either elevated off of the ground or put on the border of the project in order to create some sort of public space. And that's the sort of shared connecting tissue of all of these shared living spaces. And so going forward with the project, I created a kit of parts, starting with a really simple 4-part little kit on the top left, moving forward to the one below that, and then finally coming to the one on the right that's much more robust and offers a lot more flexibility. And then what I would do is I would take those parts, put them in Unity, and create small chunks and larger figurations in order to experiment with different spatial qualities and motives. And so here are 9 chunks that I used with the final kit of parts in order to bring onto the site. And I believe that the one in the bottom middle is what I used for the final figuration for the proposal. And so finally, when I was integrating with the city, I would bring the figurations from Unity back into Rhino and experiment with sort of cutting up the figuration, moving it around, seeing how it could respond to the urban fabric. And so this is where I was for the midterm, really experimenting with visual transparency and circulation, really inspired by Share House in that way, with these timber platforms that really allow for these gaps where you can see into other parts of the project. And going forward, I really wanted to integrate construction logic and structural soundness into the proposal. And so here's the final proposal. This is a roof plan. It is about 1,400 square feet, sorry, 14,000. And it consists of, I'd say, like body art, consultation spaces where people can get tattoos, also spaces that are like community learning spaces in classrooms, or there's one of those. And basically, it's not only for learning how to practice body art, but also general forms of art, such as drawing and painting, that the residents may know how to teach. And there's also meeting and co-working rooms. There's a beer garden venue, and also a set of apartments. And so this is a prefabricated steel frame construction, but it's cladded with timber and these fiber cement panels. And I chose that system because since I developed this kit of parts, it made it really easy to let that flow into a prefabricated system since you have all these parts. And I chose a steel frame because it's really lightweight. And as you can see, these boxes start to stack up on each other and sort of spread out. So I wanted to really choose something that could have a lot of strength, but also structural stability. And the fiber cement panels are sort of like tiles, and they really allow for this feeling of stereotomy while still maintaining that lightweightness needed for the structure to stand up. And so I have 8 floors, but I drew plans for 3 of them. So on the left here, you can see 2 co-working spaces, and then on the right is an apartment for a family. And then on this floor, you can see at the very top, there's a classroom. There's also a consultation room on the left and another meeting room. And on the right, there's an apartment for multiple adults. And then on this floor, there is part of the beer garden venue as well as the kitchen for that, and another apartment for multiple adults. And here's the section I took. I really chose this section because I think, one, it really allows for a large visibility of the overall massing of the project. And it also shows that stark contrast between, on the left, the public wing of the building, or the public tower. On the right, you get this private tower, and it's really starkly separated by this courtyard in the middle. And so one critique I got early on in the project was that I had these glass sliding doors, and it was really interesting that you could open them and have different degrees of just a lot of flexibility in that way, have them open or closed, but that really didn't allow for a lot of privacy. So I also was thinking about issues of sustainability with that much glass in one project. So especially as I went further, I was thinking about weight of the blocks a lot more. So I developed it into these like timber sliding doors. And here you can see that you can open or close those slats, and you can also just push the doors to the side all the way, which allows for a lot of flexibility and spatial qualities. And here is a rendering of that central courtyard area that really divides those two wings of the building and also kind of anchors the project as a whole. Here's a quick rendering of a circulation space, and I think this rendering does a good job of showing the stereotomy given by those fiber cement panels. But it also shows the visual transparency and the gaps created by those platforms and how you can see much of the residential wing on the left. Here's an exterior rendering of this little alcove right outside of one of the meeting spaces, again, showing the quality of those closed slats. And this is the interior of that meeting room. I really wanted to show off the spatial qualities created by these sliding doors. Here's an exterior rendering of part of the beer garden venue. If you look closely on the bottom, the bottom cube of this, you can see that the doors are slid out all the way, and that you have just different forms of lighting. I was just really experimenting with that since this rendering is closer to nighttime. And then this is a quick little light study of how light really interacts with the sliding doors. And then to close out the presentation, here is an interior rendering of one of the apartments with different configurations of the doors. So thank you. I'll open the row really quick. I go get it open. Okay, there we go.
Well, I guess I can start. First off, I would say, it's a really nice drawings. I think the level of detail is nice, and kind of how you're beginning to think about how light might begin to permeate the space. And then in addition to that, thinking about the different methods of construction used to kind of create these sorts of modules. One thing I do have a question about is, about the modules themselves. Well, I have a couple questions, I guess. The first one being, if you're thinking about kind of the sustainability and kind of how light maybe gets into this space and kind of closing off sort of that glass facade that you get on a lot of these modules. I wonder, why not think about that in terms of the construction of the module as well, and maybe looking away from a steel frame and towards more of a timber type of construction.
Yeah, no, that's a really good, you can continue, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I was just gonna say that, I mean, you probably could use a timber frame. I really debated. I rather would use timber. I honestly don't have the expertise to really know if a timber frame would work for this in terms of its weight. I just talked to a few of my colleagues who are in upper levels, and they said that, yes, obviously a steel frame isn't nearly as sustainable, but especially in earlier iterations of the project when there was a lot of these floating elements, it really made sense that would be a more conducive option to having those elements. But again, there's a lot of pros and cons to both. So,
I mean, I think it's worth exploring further as like you can take this project past this review and kind of think about it more. But I appreciate that you're already, in second year and beginning to think about the kind of construction of these modules from that point of view. In addition to that, I was thinking, up to your more of your computational studies, maybe your earlier kind of parts and chunks. And I think what I think is successful about the kind of simplicity of the module is maybe how varied and kind of how how easily you can reconfigure these kind of spaces and kind of begin to overlap sort of private with public. So I am, I do maybe critique and questioning the kind of idea of creating a private tower versus a public tower, and maybe think that those kind of public and private spaces could be more integrated with one another if I were to take it a step further. But overall, I think it's the drawings are great. I think the interior shots are really successful, and the level of detail that you're beginning to think about it is pretty impressive for second year. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Aaron. Hi, Michael.
Hello.
Yes, nice to see your project, your improvement. Yes, the Museum of Life, and from conceptual part, from structural part, and from the building organization part. Would like to give several comments. So first, I enjoy a lot this labyrinth, this linearity of your entrances you're creating with exploration in a previous study. So like those early experiments, which are very graphical, very open for liveness. Like if you scroll a little bit down, you had this kind of linear labyrinths happening here, and a bit more down, like when you see this connectivity networks, how you approach specifically this, I would like to zoom in this view. I see there are two stages in your project. First, the liveness of the performance of life of the museum. You see it more residential, but in terms of residency, not living families, I think could be, yes, but more seen as a cultural filter within the neighborhood as museum of life. So the labyrinth of platforms entering these spaces is part of your liveness, of the design of being different, such as residential building. So really enjoy that labyrinth, these platforms, these areas, those entrances, even as Aaron mentioned, that simplicity of your landing becoming meaningful. So it's just a landing, but becomes terrace. It's just a landing, but could be a beer garden, as you say so. It's just a roof, but maybe it's also landing when you reach with the stair. Specifically that performance of navigation, it makes me difference of the liveness, and that simplicity with simple element, turn it into the life of the labyrinth, like going around, seeing transparency, being with that performance of liveness, sitting on a terrace, exhibiting something, maybe music playing, maybe beer garden on the top, and those all layers that I see the museum of life, not in a matter maybe like inside exhibition, something else, but more performing with entering, performing, staying, going up, and being there before entering. And you have a second layer, such as you call it like a residential. And here my question is, what I like about your project in these perspectives, a difference to the privacy in terms of not being separate, because that is the filter, like the sponge, the cultural sponge, to enter from each direction. And we are talking to the neighborhood of liveness, but the sponge of liveness living in and being with and seeing that performance close to. Maybe the artist is making some installation, and mostly like such experience this fragmentation, what I see in Austin, the city life, where you enter a little shop and maybe the artist is making something, yes, like a musician maybe improvise the music play, but he would like to be more visible in a performance, not like incomplete. So I really like that contemporary transparency, and I see the potential turning, opening the doors, and that sliding doors, what you show, is it a studio, is it a private, or is it specifically for that event extended? So the liveness of performance, I see the landing, the entrance, the fragments, beer garden, terraces, but also connecting this through the transparency, what Aaron mentioned, that structural entity which you compose. Don't be afraid of a structural, of course we have coronavirus, we don't do the models, but that conceptual perspective of liveness through the visibility to open up. And then you say you close the door, so okay, you turn it into the, let's say, private. So, okay, I see the liveness on multiplicity. Everybody can, different kinds, musician, artist, needs concentration close, needs the openness, the exhibition, the performance, the workshop within the neighbors. So that crossability, transparency is beautiful, amazing. I see the liveness through simple elements. Maybe a bit, I will say or repeat, I don't like so much to enclose your project, but I see as a potential having both what the Aaron mentioned, like public and private, but I like more intention, darken, close, and open up, not define. So that way for me is live. is a life of being and for different kind, especially in what is happening in the neighborhood. There was a very nice cafe, I forgot the name, a beautiful place, indoor place, where you can eat the pancakes or order something, and such an amazing place. During Corona, it's not possible. Some chicken place became, like the switching entities according to the stage of the art where we are, or like what is happening. So I like that multiplicity, not to keep defined, but to keep it open, transparent, and enclosed, dark, private. So I like that performance of a sliding door. I like the comments of your structural. So you, in a design studio, it's very much laboratory in a university to explore these aspects and make this liveness of a performance and continue. So I gave the comment, be more bold, and trust your ideas, do not lose them because of maybe you're not sure that material is the best. Make this laboratory mostly speaking to your design. Everything else is innovation, and different expertise working in a group gives you a good point, which may be local material or some affordability, usability, or temperature difference would be the best to you to enclose. But like, beautiful project, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Those are great comments and really good things to think about for sure.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I think also like it's nice to see in your project you have a very cohesive work, or then you begin to own really the case study with what you begin to work with, and get your own angle from material to another, several integrate some aspects. Of course, like this is more like for future, like it stays like with material, for example, there's a different state where between in way the color or the texture of something, like, or like you literally now texturing the building, and the materiality which relates to a tectonic and a way of constructing and the environmental issues and so on. I think like your study colleagues, they're not right that maybe like timber would not keep. I mean, like you can make high rises from timber, and it's just simply the future.
Yeah.
Simply way like the whole construction industry goes away from concrete, just simply for environmental reasons. Like it's completely insane today, like to build actually a concrete building. And the same is like for steel. Even like the steel price increased like by 3 over the last 15 years, by a factor 3. So like these are just numbers which just it's on a completely turning point. It's just for future. Your walls are actually, there's a nice opening over the thickness, I think, that you begin already to open them and closing them, or using them actually see this thickness actually not as solid, but actually as something programmable.
Yeah.
Like you have the sliding walls, but of course it can be also shelves. Or sometimes you have some renderings, it looks a bit like shelves and so on. So I think there's like your project has far more potential, I think, but this maybe like take this on for the next projects, like that's actually a thick wall, or when you turn it into frames, which begins to end frame spaces. That these are wonderful strategies in a way to become more flexible, more rich, but also like having more contemporary forms of layouting a plan, forms of adaptability or multiple universal programmability and so on. I mean, yeah, I think at the end, if you, I mean, you're very good with renderings, and it's also so maybe something for the portfolio. I would a bit it's very easy to adapt in a way. this kind of like what is latently there in a way to extend. If we don't miss the chance in a way, like when you prepare this project, like this little a step in a way to add, because it's just on the hand. And the same is like with the floor plans. It's nice, you begin to combine and you use this, Aaron thought about the simplicity actually from your elements at the end, which I read more in a way, not as a sequence of different elements, but in a way you exchange like a wall system, which goes more like I have a programmable wall. And I think in terms of like what you can do with floor plan, you're actually much more radical and flexible. But these are all comments which go, again, like beyond actually the scope of the project and actually your first kind of larger building design.
Yeah.
So it's definitely like a really cool project, and yeah, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was really helpful.
Yeah. Should we move on with the next presenter on my list? Would be Elisa. Elisa, are you ready?
Hello.
Hello.
All right. Hello. So my project is called Connected Courtyards, a residence for musicians. I started by doing some initial research on the idea of atrium buildings and ambiguous exterior and interior spaces, also integrating nature. So as you can see in this section, I worked on creating overhangs and open air courtyards, which I ended up using in my final project. For the next assignment, I worked on creating a catalog of parts, put those parts together into chunks, and connected those chunks together to create a large scale iteration. However, I wanted more variation in how those parts connected. So I started over. Well, I used the parts that I had created and took inspiration from them to create a different catalog of similar parts that you can see on the top left. And so I used those to create configurations of thematic living. And I eventually came to this site plan. Here you can see it in an overview. And I wanted to sort of have this open courtyard space in the center and have more private courtyard spaces all surrounding it, and connect those private courtyard spaces with lots of bridges and connect all that with nature. So here's my segregated section. I had a space on the far left there for informal performances, a space in the center for a cafe and an auditorium, and then on the right, another public space. So here you can see the building in plan with the central courtyard, the courtyard surrounding it, and the bedroom surrounding that courtyard. I also wanted to create the idea of the program being in the void spaces of the courtyard. So here, this next plane, you can see that there's a half floor there on the top right that also creates another entrance to the building from the back. Here's the second floor. You can see the connecting bridges and the roof plan. So here are some sections I thought were interesting. You can see lots of the vertical circulation and lots of the overhangs over those courtyard spaces. Here I marked the program for each of the floors. As you can see, there are lots of practice spaces scattered throughout the building, both private and for multiple people to practice for ensembles together. And on the right there, you can see the vertical circulation. I also wanted to point out the elevator there, which is in blue. So for the interior private spaces, I wanted to focus on experimenting with materials, especially to separate spaces, and filling the voids with program, like I said earlier. Also, as you can see on the left, I have a sliding door that sort of helps you enter into that courtyard. So for the interior public spaces, I have a kitchen there on the left, and on the right, you can see there's that half floor coming into a garden on the interior. You can also see another sliding door and the edge of that elevator. So here we have transition spaces that transition from the interior to the exterior. You can see on the left that overhang that looks over into the interior space, and on the right is just a public gathering space. Here's the cafe, another outdoor public space. Here you can see the courtyards and how they sort of interconnect from above. And here's another view of that same idea. Here's an overview of the entire thing. And lastly, a street view. Thank you.
Alisa, yes. Thank you for presentation. I really enjoy your presentation, enjoy a lot of different views you create, exploring and leading us through your design. Especially, I like the perspective of your structural detail becoming performance inside. I'm talking structural in terms of your second year, you're wondering, does it keeps yes or no? So floating, flying fragments, elements inside as in interior rooms. Very interestingly, it seems that freedom of lightness in the section, exactly where you shared now. So it's really the moment of founded space. The privacy is a figuration to the outside, to the something which embrace. I'm talking not already outside inside, but the inside within the other inside, which is reversed and very diverse and very different approach as a previous student that I enjoy to see you, each of you having your own perspectives, how the design approach organizes the interior and how that liveness, the museum of liveness, performs within the structure, within the materials, within the small segmentation. So especially like in such models as co-living, co-housing, or co-working, which is very much economically driven new types of economies, earning money through sharing something together and living in a smaller entity. But in yours, that duality, the one interior and other interior, it carves from inside. So I see very little gaps of different individuals happening. I'm talking individuals, like smaller little interventions between spaces. Specifically, I like that kind of frame design, which you lifted. Could you go to your outside perspectives? Like I saw the progress on that. I enjoy this a lot. And also those little bridges happening inside the building, that's enjoyable a lot. So it is a network of space within the other space, which individually for someone like little groups, person, or around the corner, find something else within the single elements. And that I really like as individuality by gathering through your spaces, such as the neighborhood is so fragmental around, and especially for Austin, I recognize this multiple shops, little gaps in between, this juice bar shop next to, like something is very spontaneous happening. And that is interesting, not like rather defined volume with a specific entrance. So I find this little individual spaces as a cityness happening through your structural entity, such as like an endless frame, bridging out and in. And specifically that transparency, you took it as advantage. So the navigation, the structure, the balcony, the terrace, the bridge, it brought you so many entities as a small individual spaces in between. And within that, it creates for you courtyard, the privacy, and the gathering spaces around. So if I would be a thinker, I would like to read a book and find the niches here. If I would look to the city, I would go on the top, and the liveliness of enjoying the city views being outside on the building, on these niches, on these bridges, terraces. So this all labyrinth, that surprise, is very diverse within the single elements. I really appreciate you if you go to the facade, like in a positive affect, what you completed, you actually reminding me, while your project reminds me the stages, like here a bit, the stages from the midterm and now. I think this bridging in and out, when making that cluster of liveness of a residence and performing outside, like conference little room and something in between, you connected beautifully through this terracing, and that is a compliment to you. The aesthetical issue of that, should it be so straight or so edgy or something like single like units as boxes, this is additional aspect, yes, like within the navigation being something a bit fragment, but that kind of ramp you made like a round shape, that became in the interior, it became a surprise. So fragmented linearities is very different styles in your project. Might be it was intentionally, might be it was a laboratory for searching the language, but yes, it's a floating individual spaces up and down at little fragments within the individual in-betweens for different performances. Like, so I see your proposal, the liveness of the museum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Alyssa. You know, I guess I'll add to what Rasa was saying, and I agree that, you know, I think the amount of parts that you kind of started with is really nice, and the way that you know, you kind of get this really dynamic and sort of fluid courtyard and kind of public and private sort of integration of spaces that you have going on. You know, I was a little worried looking next to the, I guess if you go up to your parts, maybe the ones next to him, I think I was getting a little worried that maybe it was going to become less dynamic than it probably could have been. But I think once you actually placed it in the site, you have a really, there's this really interesting courtyard space. The only thing I wish that maybe could have happened is I wonder if maybe, you know, your project could have been even taller and having these kind of courtyard levels at, you know, above the ground plane and kind of a little bit further up, just because I think sectionally you have a really strong project that I wish it went above 2 levels, kind of seeing how those spaces begin to connect between the separate levels. Additionally, I think with such like a kind of an interesting path of circulation and kind of interesting forms that you're kind of getting at here, I wish maybe the landscape was a little less rigid, and I wish that maybe you allowed it to be just more like green, kind of integrated throughout the project and kind of spilling over into the courtyard space, and then allowing the trees to kind of grow up into the second story, because I think the form itself is really playful and really exciting. And I think that, you know, you talked at the beginning of kind of this integration of interior to exterior spaces. I think allowing your landscape spaces to kind of breathe a little bit and be a little more playful as well would have been nice. But overall, it's a really interesting project.
Those were really helpful comments.
Yeah, thank you, Alyssa. Like you made an enormous step in the last days and weeks. Like really, congratulations. It's you know, there's always like different approaches how you really can work out a project, and I see in you that what you was very successful, and you were very long. I know, like it was a bit difficult and challenging to work with a basic diagram of this kind of frames and rings. Also, like more geometrical explorations of part studies. And now, when you really elaborated your plan, like you very successfully translated actually a diagram into really like the proportion of a residential space. So and it's inherent, like when I look to your plans, that they're really great. It's still when you know, like your preliminary like frame studies, and you don't have even that on a mirror board anymore, like to the term stage, where what was the frame plan most visible. So this is still like inherent in a way how you define units over like or like Aaron was just saying, hey, there's this courtyard and so on. So you keep this alive, but in a way it gets so diverse, it gets its own life. So it turns really into a building, into architecture. We see there's an underlying theme, but in a way the theme is not driving it. It's not a diagram which is a building, but in a way like you to transition really this diagram into a complete building. And this is a great achievement. That actually you're able to this, that not only working out the diagram and saying, hey, look, I'm skillful and can put some windows into like whatever comes out of a computer, but you understand this and to interpret this in your form of construction. Of course, a bit of critique must be, talked also before, look of the way how you think wall thickness and so on, or like look into sustainable aspects of building design and more contemporary forms of structure and construction. So that's certainly something. But yeah, so very nice achievement also with diagrams and the renderings and so on. So yeah, thanks a lot.
For the plan, could you zoom in a bit more closer in the plan, like one first floor or something? Okay, I understood now. There's also outside as a courtyard for you, and this little like areas. It's very much a new experience for sleeping and living and producing something, having multiple events. Like this within one building, I saw this cluster like as a building of little buildings inside rooms within the layer from the outside. That is like interesting and a very specific experience for us, it seems so. But when we see such cities like New York or London, like metropolitan cities, very often we enjoy that liveliness of the city. When you sleep, you go to the first floor and you're in a bar, you know, like it's kind of fragmented entities defined exactly. You go on a roof and there is some beer garden on the market, you know, like this kind of multiple events, multiple very different types of actions is happening in the cities simply through the pressure of economy, through the different ideas of people investigating something interesting. So then I see in your plan, I see that laboratory, that cluster of different performance, little conference, cafe, like sleeping room. And you know that the approach of this liveness of a museum, very interestingly, when I look to your plan, I will not comment where your toilet is, where your entrance is. I just comment that liveness which you create, which is, let me say, the opposite of mostly my private house, my grass, my entrance, my gate, or this is the museum, I'm entering this building, I buy here the ticket, this is the entrance, this is the toilet. I know everything there, what it is, but here is a laboratory of surprise, of that aspect of cityness. And so I see your project as alive, becoming within different lives, different events, little events, niches bringing together. So that is gave me through the experience of cityness and liveness within your plan. The aesthetical issues we can comment and stuff like that. But yes, I see that layer which encouraged me to visit your place.
Thanks, Alyssa. Like really nice project. Like wonderful development over the term. Also, so congratulations. So, Yingxi, are you ready? Do you want to continue?
Yes. Hi, my name is Yingzhi Huang, and I am proposing residence for ceramic artists. And sorry. And I started by looking at the NOMA 2.0 and the Urban Living Project and how they deal with cellular growth, both in an organic matter and in a more gridded format. And since these are a few synthetical drawings I developed based on these around these projects, and from these projects I started working on morphologies, and by first developing some parts, and from these parts I created arrangements of small chunks, and through these small chunks I built up into a larger arrangement. And from this larger arrangement, I took moments between the different forms and spaces and developed catalog samples of different programs, from what I felt was more private on the left to more public on the right. And with these, I started working on massing on the site, was first researching into some of these living samples of sort of these non-gridded forms where they have different functions on each floor. And with ceramic artists, I looked into some of the necessities in terms of function, including spaces for firing that was separate from the creation process, and places to dry and glaze the pieces, as well as an openness where there is the issues of dusts and breathing conditions. And this was one of the first massing studies where I kind of just looked at how the pieces might be arranged on the site. And in my second one, I really liked how the public space was starting to develop. The public and the studio spaces were starting to develop near the street. And I worked further on with the residential spaces. And at this point, I was starting to have trouble with kind of sort of the different functions and how the residences are each arranged. So I went back to my catalog and more added some more details in terms of their programs. And this is the final product, where there is a gallery space that connects to a studio space, and finally the residential spaces that is more private on the interior of the site. And this is a top view where there are these sort of naturally forming courtyards in between the different arrangements of the programs. And this is a street view where you kind of see like how it really shows this kind of cellular growth. And from the plan, you kind of once again see the courtyard spaces, as well as some of the main programs between the gallery to the studio to the firing, where it's more brick inlaid with bricks instead of wood, and as well as a small kitchen space on the first floor. And on the second, there is a larger kitchen space, as well as a rooftop gallery space, and finally the top view. And the section I cut through diagonally to show once again the courtyard conditions, as well as the main circulations in between the different residential units. And this is a view from the opposite side, where it looks towards the studio and the more other residential spaces. And again, there's a second part of the main circulation. And from the segregational cut, I mostly focus on some of the kitchen spaces and looking into how the residential spaces interact with each other. And from the other view, once again, the kitchens and the residential spaces are kind of shown. And moving into starting with the gallery space, I really wanted to show kind of how the programs are performed within these different areas. And from the gallery, you move into the courtyard and studio spaces, where from here you could move up to the secondary gallery space on the rooftop. And moving back down is the small kitchen space on the first floor that looking towards the street, and turning around, you can move into the courtyard in between the residential spaces. And from the courtyard, you can enter some of the residences where there is a lot of openness in between. And moving through the project, there are these moments in between that were created from the arrangements of the different programs that can be utilized as communal spaces, including the very large open area where I utilized as a second larger kitchen or program space. And this concludes my project. Thank you. Sorry.
So I have a quick question. Can you elaborate? There's this kind of angle that's sort of present throughout your project. And I was just curious if you could elaborate on why you chose to make that move formally, I guess.
I was working on kind of the turns on the stairs, and I kind of created the angle. I think it comes kind of, and I think with the angles, I kind of really liked a little bit of variation in terms, and I'm not, I guess there's a sense of like a differentiation in the forms.
It's a perfect answer. No? Like I like a lot your answer as a artist or architect. Your answer like from a sensual sensibility, or like expertise or intelligence, and not arguing because structural load, whatever, or like this is cheaper to build, this is faster. What, no? You're arguing really from a quality of the space. It's a very good answer.
Mm-hmm.
Jim G, could you repeat your name? I would like to pronounce it. Yunji? Yunji. Yes, at first, what fascinates me that the aesthetic, the structural aesthetic, the line, the graphical element you choose. So for a structural reason to segment, segmentation allows you to make a laboratory. That I will call your project like a bit laboratory of the space or the landscape of space. And I will give you a bit the references. Like in terms of seeing your project, I see the segmentation from micro to the macro. When you show this kind of little shelves, you mean it for pots, for small objects, for jewelers, like could be multiple things. So you mentioned this in your reference, and that fascinates me as small detail, something very little, like such as an Austin jewelry shops, yes, or like little boutiques, the new startups. I'm talking new artists, new startups. Someone tries to investigate to create the business, but let me say it in a stage to exhibit, to sell, to produce, and maybe to communicate with neighborhood, to show it or to invite someone also do it with. I'm saying this liveness of multiple ways of invitation, which is transparency in your case, and a little shelf, putting there the little thing, which you started at the beginning. So from that, I saw your projects in the micro and macro granularities, such as fragmentation of the walls, little shifts up and down. So you try to, in this laboratory, in the design, to bring it as a window, as a handrail, and as well as a shelf. I really like that detailing. And then you keep the white and the dark within the structure. And could you go to some perspective views, more like a meeting places? This is, I see the entrance, and then you had it, let me say, this is a bit a courtyard outside. And then could you zoom in? I want to point out one perspective, the productive landscape. If you go a bit down, the other perspectives, every perspective explores, but in one, I saw it much more coming together, or this little courtyard as well. So shifting, when you choose the segmentation as a wall, and then you react to the ground. I'm talking how one area and the other is within the little gaps differences. I'm sorry. There is not like one floor, second floor, third floor, but you make these little steppings, you know, up and down a bit. And while I'm in a courtyard, through the visibility, I'm a bit connected. What is happening there? What is happening here? And that sense of a small segmentation, a bit up and down, connecting these areas makes something unique in your project, in aliveness. Maybe a little invitation with an exhibition. There is a selling area, there is a courtyard, some opening of exhibition, and there is the other area, some musician is involved, or little market you can turn, the whole area, it opens up into the public. So I'm navigating in this landscape. I don't talk the ground landscape like the earth, but I'm talking the landscape up and down, could be segmented, enclosed, and could be transparent, walkable through, such like exhibitions, museums. I'm talking real museum, traditional one. It's more sequences of spaces go through rather than navigation up and down A and B. So you're very nicely like you through the each images. That's why I searched this one perspective, like a little courtyard, or it happened as well in an interior, that laboratory of these little steps up and down, every floor area is fragmented, connects with visibility, disconnects us as an entity for individual events. And then it could connect, I see that your shiftable walls, or open those walls, open these windows, you can cross it and you can fragment it. That I see the liveness of difference in events, fragmenting the areas. I see the liveness maybe to open up and turn it into the market, the flower market, the juvenile market, the pots, like ceramic selling with, you know, like these all multiple scenarios as an architect you promote to be more undefined and segmented in the smallest granular, and enlarging within the landscape up and down into larger granular, or maybe becoming a restaurant, or the wedding ceremony, celebration, or the birthday, or like meeting friends as a party within the exhibition opening from every area. So that I see like large and small event, large and small objects selling, participating in small events and large events. And that multiplicity is really speaking to your project, that I really like. And the detail of segmenting as frames, segmenting as windows, and give the segmentation as a shelf, that amazing in your project really inspires me. Maybe how you apply the materials, I see a bit of more laboratory. I like choosing 2 color tones, but everybody can have its own version. So you could choose which aesthetics, but this granularity from the individual to large event, I see this performance of lies in your project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you go up to your kind of initial precedent images the first time?
These?
No, scroll down, sorry. Yeah, kind of the living and making, yeah. So for me, you know, I was looking over this for a minute, but I think to me, kind of this is where the strength of your project lies. I think kind of this, you have this kind of dirty kind of making space on the left and this ultra clean kind of living condition on the right. And then when you go into like your kind of computational studies right below that, I think when you were talking about kind of the public being on the left and the private being on the left and the public being on the right, I thought that there would be this kind of really defined element of privacy versus public and kind of, these more enclosed spaces versus these more open spaces. And what I like about it is that that's not as defined, and that you can actually, that some of the living or more private spaces actually have these kind of lighter elements integrated into it, and that the more public spaces also have some of these heavier elements integrated into it. And so I think that for me is where the success of the project lies, is that, you're going to have these kind of various living spaces and these various making spaces, and that they're going to get different qualities depending on kind of these sort of formal, kind of how you begin to actually design these smaller chunks, right? And so, you might have like, I think you said there was a spot for like creating the actual ceramics, and one looked very open and one looked very closed off. And I think, if the last 9 months or so has taught us anything, I think that it is kind of nice to have these sorts of transitional spaces that can kind of act in different ways. And so, yeah, I really appreciate it from that point of view. I think, really, really dialing in on kind of the, living as making and kind of that constant integration of those two kind of aspects of the space would be really, and are really successful. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Yingji, it is a very successful project. I'm very glad that you kept it together, like like really from the first conceptual kind of more intuitive kind of combinatorial studies, where you were like looking into this in between space. I said, hey, I don't want to have this kind of gridded cellular kind of a housing project, which is also so claustrophobic and so framed or like everything. And you really went through it. And now the interior views, like it's the scale is very rich. Like it's very lively. It's really highly diverse. And but especially through this like this kind of creeks, or what you very strange notion of maybe half open spaces. So, and a lot of contributes your frames, where you don't know, are you on the roof, or you inside or outside, and it fits very much to Austin, where you anyhow can be nearly all the year can be outside. And well, yeah, we talked earlier that it very nicely resonates also with very vernacular, very traditional forms of housing, like actually in different places. It's and so so overall, like really a very nice achievement. Also, like your representations, like the kind of when you open up the building, it's very much very nicely explorable, like how you in a way like really combine three-dimensional in a way like living units. I really feel that you need actually this three-dimensional drawings really to understand the building, and which in your case is very enriching. And like also the no, in Enscape it's very difficult to make really like an artistic drawing. And it's very cool to get you get directly a very nice shaded view, but you're very quickly stuck with this realistic, but then not really 100% like realistic. And you find like very nice aesthetic tricks in a way to tweak it a bit, like changing the contrast and so on, for giving it a really like an artistic twist. These renderings in a very simple way, and this is then in form of representation also, it makes it very round, or like it's very suitable, and it's very, very well developed. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for this semester. So like, yeah, very, very great project. Thank you. So,
Thank you.
Last but really not least presentation, like Amber.
Hello. All right.
Hello.
All right, can you see this? Okay. Hello, I'm Amber. Thank you for waiting until the end. So I have a proposal for a photographer's residence. And here we go. So I started with research from looking at The Green Residence by Paul Rudolph and really looking at his division of space through a large central piece and then surrounding parts around that. So I took the plan and section and rearranged them to understand how space could be divided in different ways and what that does to the program and how it's used and how it feels to be in the space. So this was my original part, which comes together to form a central space. And then that's put together to form larger chunks and larger figurations that form division of space and central spaces. But I moved away from it when I put it on the site and kind of tried a few different things. And then I went more towards the form of the Green Residence with a large triangular central space and then forms surrounding that. And then the central space would be used for public means, and then the parts around that would be for residential and workshop spaces. And then here's some views of what the central space looked like. And again, you can see it's very separated between public and private. And this is what I have now finally. Again, with the large triangular slope central space, which contrasts with the more rectangular apartment and workshops that surround it. So I have two main pieces for the private spaces. One is a shorter, wider apartment, and then one is a more stretched out, narrow version of the apartment. So they serve the same functions, but they have slightly different forms, which I thought was interesting. And then here's what the workspaces would look like with the same concepts. This is the entrance to the public gallery space on the ground floor of the larger central piece. And here's a view from inside the gallery. And then the floor above that, you can see into the gallery, but you're separated. You're not experiencing it. And then here's an outdoor shared space. This would be accessible to the public, but mostly used by the residents. Same with this one, it's indoor. And then later in the day, it's technically accessible to the public, but again, more for private use. Another view of that. And then here's some different cuts of the plans. You can just kind of see the different programs that happen on different levels. And you can also see that the resident spaces and workshops are completely separated from the public space until you get higher, and then they're connected by bridges. And then here's a section where you can kind of see the relationship between the circulation and also the public and private pieces. And then here's an exterior street view. And that's all. Thank you. Let me go to the Miro board. You can still see it, right? Okay.
Yes, thank you for a project, Amber. Then my comment will start with one references, which reminds me a Holborn studio in London. So like maybe I will just type in, so who would like, you can look at that. Why I tackled that aspect? Because you said it's a photography residence, yes, and you see the liveness perhaps of the light, transparency and enclosed dark. Dark and light should be always diverse in terms of living, experimenting, doing something with computer, but then photographing and photography is also studio where it's dark and I want to create my light. And from that aspect, I enjoy the way you organize it within the rooms, kept your element, terraces, windows, I understand. But then enlargement as a kind of courtyard, it would be you fill the space with a gallery, which has this very big opaque opening. So seeing your presentation, the effect of liveness of a museum, from my perspective, you gave a lot of intention of carving with light, carving the opening with light, carving the navigation with light. I'm saying letting shadow and light being fragmental, continuous and fascinated moment in the exhibition, this gallery space. What sometimes happens that where the founded place within the factory buildings, fragmented areas is a bit extended in and out. Such a photography studios, they're very enclosed spaces. Maybe light is coming from top, maybe there is no light, it's just dark for some specific scenario of photography. So I see the life of a museum, the life of light. I see the life of a museum, different performance of photography, explorations, laboratory of photographing, taking images. So as an architect, of course, we create the space and we let to perform. So my comment, that project is very nice. Maybe those little details, perhaps it's a bit empty from my point. There could be more liveness in this performance, what you really tackled with. So monumental units gathered together as living space, as laboratory space, the contrast in the size of something in between as that gallery space. I see it's happening, this different light performance within your founded museum, photographers inviting photography, exhibiting, but maybe also photographing within your light, which is coming in. It's also liveness of a performance, or photography workshops. So many people like me, as well as I was a student. No, I went to the school, I attended photography classes. Like many people wants to have it as a hobby, I could learn with. So I see this laboratory of photography is happening in your project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Amber. Thank you as well. I think this is, first off, let me say that the interior perspectives are really beautiful and it's a really well represented project. To add to that, I think, I would add to what Rossa was saying about how, I think it's pretty successful in the way that you're beginning to play with light and beginning to think about light. And I think a lot of that is done, obviously in the way that you're beginning to make these cuts along the facade, but then additionally how you're approaching kind of the upper levels differently than the kind of ground level. I like that the volumes begin to kind of split towards the ground level and kind of approach the city in that way. And so it invites kind of people into the space, but in addition to that, it's also allowing light to kind of spill down into a more public gallery area. The one critique I would probably say is, I think the actual living conditions, I think you could maybe explore a little bit further. I know you said that you kind of created this more narrow one versus this more, this kind of wider one. And I think it would be more interesting, and I think it'd be beneficial for you to kind of explore how how those could be more varied and how they could actually give you different living conditions more so, and kind of different experiences when you're actually in those kind of living spaces. But yeah, I think overall it's a really well represented project, and I think, like, again, the drawings are really beautiful. And I would also add to what Rasa was saying. I think going forward, I think you could probably, you know, take these kind of backgrounds that you have for these sorts of interior perspectives and add a lot more life to them and add a lot more you know, actual experiential aspects to the drawings. But thank you.
Thank you.
I remember, Amber, when I wanted to make images of my models, or like, let's say I'm an architect, want to photograph, I was running around the sun. Like, my experience is that sun is coming from the left. No, it's the best sun. And, you know, like placing object where the sun is. How's the best to explore? Do I want the dim light? Do I want the direct light? Do I want to show the shadow? No, this model is white. I want to show every detail. So myself, within this laboratory, from this experience, I think thinking in that way, carving with light, shifting these elements, distancing them, or something you have done already with that light openness could also perform as a door. You want to open to the street. Yes, you want to enclose, you want to darken. You can make it as an entrance. You can make a separated wall. So let me say, I'm just the same as Aaron said, these little details, they're a bit like conference details, like a bit like these blue shields, like something you found, I think, in the landscape. I'm not criticizing that because we are architects, we are not interior designers in terms of detailing, but I think is there like performance of the shields, dividing, opening up, completely making it empty. You know, like this aspects beautifully works on the solidness of these elements, but detailing and this liveness of people performing within the light, it gives me the ideas, your project to continue with.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Amber. Like it's, I know like you experimented a lot in the term, and it took a while till you like really like lifted off, or it really started that you found a theme or began to work for you. And you know, that's completely normal. I mean, for that we have the studies, and I think the degree of success, you cannot really value also anyhow how much you work out with your project, or you know, like it's more like what also the comprehension of the topics to deal with. And I think what now in the last iteration of your design proposal is kind of understanding how light becomes itself volumetric in a space, and how I begin in a way to interlock the light within like a solid form. That's one of the key understandings of doing good architecture. It's like Louis Kahn, it's Le Corbusier. This is very classical, but it takes usually like not so many begin actually to work in this way, or like being able, like it needs a certain a level of that. So that's a great or like a great achievement. And yeah, you can just like, of course, I would a bit continue your project in a way like looking on the division of your little residential units, what you have. I think they could have a bit more variation, or when I think I would not directly run from a stair into the bed, maybe I would just enter like a wall, if it's a sliding wall, or and so on. So like there's, I think, like with very little kind of like or not polishing over that plans, or like begin to reflecting on it. What do they mean? Then I think it's really a nice elaborate project. So thank you.
Thank you.
So with this we come to an end. Yeah, let us clap a bit. So I would like to ask our two referees in a way, or
Digital
reviewers.
clap.
Maybe like overall comment on the students or for the winter break, and if it's like a reading convention. But I already figured out that no one likes to read, so like whatever, doesn't matter. No, like just feel free to comment. Maybe we have still time.
Aaron, say something. Yes.
Oh.
Well, I just want to say thank you to Daniel, first off, for allowing me to be part of this. You know, I've been sitting back a lot of the day and just listening to other reviewers and writing down things that they've been recommending, like projects and books, and you know, they're really great people to listen to and kind of take critiques from. And so I think you know, that would be valuable for you all, and kind of you should appreciate kind of the level of reviewers that Daniel and Rasa always bring to their critiques. You know, additionally, I think this is extremely impressive work for a lot of your like first buildings and second years, and I'm just kind of blown away by the level of work that I'm seeing today. You know, especially because I know working from home or like doing school from home is so difficult, especially when you're learning new software, and you know, it's just I'm very impressed in that aspect, and so congrats to you all, and congrats to Daniel on that. You know, when I've also had Daniel and Rasa as a studio professor, both of them, and so something they always say is that these projects, it's a design class, it's not a construction course, and so that you know, there's no physical end product, and these things can continually be manipulated and kind of changed and revised. And so, you know, take all the comments that you heard today, and you know, when you first, you know, take a break, relax, but then when you come back to these projects for your portfolio or kind of going forward, you know, take into account a lot of these critiques and kind of think about how you can continue to adjust and edit your project. But really great work today. So, thank you.
So I would like also to thank you for very nice presentations and the experience you brought me through your own thoughts. What's for you the liveness of the museum? How the liveness could be design intent. In such a studios, you have a lot of freedom, but at the same time, I see the fairness of choosing right details, choosing right materials. And I keep this as a study, as a study years or studios more like a laboratory to be flexible and investigate after design research, something you explore to find the surprise for yourself. And I felt like each of you had something unique. Very much enjoyed to see that. It gave me, specifically seeing your project and presentations, a lot of ideas, like visions, how it could be, what it could produce, the liveness of a museum, how can I would enter that space, and how it could turn into the neighborhood, not formally just organized, but like open itself up to multiple performance. In the future, and I do think about the future, such happening as we had difficult years, such what Aaron mentioned is difficult to study. It's encloses in one space. The public turns to private at the moment. We sit at home in one space, isolate ourselves. We don't know what future brings, non-defined specifically, but being in multiplicity orientated, I think it's a future, and it's important to rethink rather than to define immediately. So that freedom I have noticed, I enjoy this a lot. And regarding to the materials of, sometimes in the architecture, we are restricted to what materials we use, which structure we can use it. I'm talking specific lines, specific orders, specific changes in the project, but the design intent will not change. So I saw the same layers in your laboratories of experimenting different stages, that you try a bit of this, a bit of that. You have maybe more talents I have seen sometimes exploring in the first explorations, that freedom of a design, not defined yet what it is exactly, but that is an open design research step where you let a bit yourself to be open where it will turns by exploring and giving intuition, your talents, your logics, your definitions for the architecture. So that I really enjoy to see that each of you have something individual. I really impressed by your creativity, by having each of you your own unique idea, and I wish so that in the future in the university you explore it that way, you keep it, you trust yourself, a bit being more bold what you found, and not to be afraid to restrict it at the end. Thank you very much. It was very, very interesting.
Yeah, boldness, that's the right keyword. I think there's so much to fight as an architect for realizing ideas. And there's always like no one believes in me anyhow. So but because it's your job to make something, bring something alive. You know? So yeah, thanks for the studio. Thanks for all the reviewers, yeah, and very nice comments for today.